At the door, after entering, he saw a square in front of him. Passing through the square to the backyard, he saw many immortal fields that were filled with immortal energy. Although there were nothing planted on them, a white mist was floating in the soil. At the door, after entering, he saw a square in front of him. Passing through the square to the backyard, he saw many immortal fields that were filled with immortal energy. Although there were nothing planted on them, a white mist was floating in the soil. There were a lot of houses here. Gardens, lakes, flowers, trees. There were many of them, just like a palace. What shocked Chen Xiang the most was that, after he entered, he could feel that a few formations had appeared in his mind. These formations were extremely profound, and all of them were powerful immortal formations that required a large amount of energy to activate. I can finally go out for a stroll. Chen Xiang's arm flashed, and a cute girl dressed in white appeared, floating down from the sky, watching with a dumbstruck expression. Little naughty dragon, when did you grow up? The last time he met Long Shuai, she was only a little girl around 10 years old, but now she looked to be 13 or 14 years old. What was most shocking was that her full and upright chest was completely different from her outer appearance. Chen Xiang only described this little dragon girl as a child's voice. You mean, where did he grow up? Long Shuai laughed, raising her chest, then chuckled. Now you know that I'm not young anymore. Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu also came out from the storage ring at this time. Because this immortal estate was protected by a huge array, it was absolutely safe inside, so they didn't need to worry. Looking at the lady dressed in the same blee purple dress, Chen Xiang's eyes grew a little dazed. Although he had chosen to wear these clothes himself, seeing them with his own eyes, Chen Xiang still felt astonished. It's really big. I don't need to hide in that little mansion anymore. There's even a hot spring. The moment Su Meiyao came out, he started walking around the enormous immortal estate with light footsteps. From time to time, he would hear her exclamations, and Bai Yuyu would also be walking around everywhere to see if they could find a place to live for a long time in the future. The two girls were very satisfied with this immortal estate. Bai Yuyu also revealed a rare smile on his face, making Chen Xiang's heart itch. Little scoundrel, you're really something. Su Meiyao smiled as he floated in front of Chen Xiang and kissed his lips. When Chen Xiang wanted to hug her and give her a good kiss, she instead smiled and moved away. Give this ring back to me. I will take out the things inside. In the future, this Jade Dragon Immortal Palace will be renamed as the Yuyaoyugong, and it will belong to me and Senior's sister. Su Meiyao chuckled, holding Bai Yuyu's arm and dancing with joy. Chen Xiang curled his lips. Then he threw over the ring that Su Meiyao had given him previously, but he was actually very happy in his heart. The Jade Palace was a spoiled child, and it was even two great beauties. He walked out of the Yuyaoyugong, and with a thought, the Jade Palace suddenly disappeared and returned to his finger. Little naughty dragon, where are you? Chen Xiang looked at his left shoulder. The white dragon tattoo was still there, but he felt that something was missing. Furthermore, he did not see Long Shuai returning to his arm just now. Long Shuai laughed heartily. I'm inside the Yuyaoyugong. I'm bathing in the hot spring with my two big sisters. Do you want to come in? What? I want to join in the hot spring as well, Chen Xiang said while grinding his teeth. Just as he was about to release the Yuyaoyugong, he thought about the scene of the three women soaking in the hot spring without any blood, and his lower abdomen became extremely hot. Don't disturb me. Hearing Bai Yuyu's bone-chilling words, the fire in Chen Xiang's lower abdomen was immediately extinguished. Long Shuai and Su Meiyao immediately giggled. What was even worse was that this little dragon, Long Shuai, was actually capable of saying many words that would make people think about them. Ah, Sister Yu's Mimi is so cold. It feels really comfortable to touch, but not as big as mine. Little girl, I'll pinch you to death for you to grow so big. Su Meiyao giggled. Chen Xiang clenched his fist. You guys are so noisy, you big-chested, brainless woman. Don't think that you can provoke me just like that, it's useless. Little scoundrel, don't worry. I won't pinch that white rabbit of theirs. If I pinch her, I'll pinch her for you from now on. Long Xue's voice was filled with incomparable charm, causing Chen Xiang's mind to become tranquil and calm. He almost wanted to ruthlessly teach this little girl a lesson, and actually tease him again and again. Humph, your little naughty dragon Mimi is definitely fake. You created it yourself with the 72 changes. Chun Xiang said in disdain. Long Xue said in a pitiful voice, Sister Meiyao and Sister Yu, you can bear witness. They are squeezing me very comfortably now, so don't talk about me like that. When he thought of the 3 women in the hot spring, playing and rubbing each other's chests, his blood started to boil once more. Little scoundrel, my soul is still on your arm. If you need my help, I can lend you my strength at any time. Long Xue laughed. Previously, due to the ring, Long Xue was unable to enter, but now this ring was of the highest level, so Long Xue could act like Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu and move inside the Yuyao Yugong. Chun Xiang found a place where there were very few beasts and carved out a cave. After setting up a formation, he started to cultivate inside. If he wanted to break through his current bottleneck, he would have to first cultivate the congenital Kung Fu soul to its limit and let the congenital Kung Fu soul awaken for him to use. Only at that time would he be able to step past the soul martial realm and enter the 100 refining realm. His congenital Kung Fu soul was from the fire dragon Kung Fu soul, so he did not know how to make this martial spirit strong, because whether it was his spirit, body, or innate qi, he could not continue to improve and had already reached a saturated state. Long Xue still could not understand why Chen Xiang would have a fire dragon Kung Fu soul. It was because from what Chen Xiang had described, that was the strongest fire D-dragon soul in the Imperial Dragon race. What Chen Xiang needed to do now was to communicate with the fire D-dragon soul and obtain a way to strengthen this martial spirit. Even if it's my Imperial Dragon race's fire dragon, it's still very difficult to have a fire D-dragon soul. But if it's possessed, it means that this dragon can become a divine dragon in the future, which means that I have a divine dragon soul with great difficulty. You're not a dragon, so it's reasonable that you don't have one. When Long Xue talked about this issue, he was very puzzled. Chun Xiang himself didn't have such a thin dragon's blood like Lung Yulan. He had obtained the dragon's blood after fusing with the devil-suppressing blood, but that was after he obtained the martial spirit. Could it be because you cultivate the 9-turn dragon G? Oh, D-mantra that you have it? Long Xue suddenly said, a human who has never cultivated 9-turn dragon G. Oh, D-mantra before, it's very possible that it's like this. See 655. See 655 the power of the 9-turn dragon G. Oh, D-spell. Chun Xiang couldn't understand it now either, because he hadn't reached that level yet. Long Xue had mentioned it many times that this was Blee cultivation method within the Imperial Dragon clan, and that some dragons that possessed the bloodline of Imperial Dragon didn't have the qualifications to cultivate it. Your fire soul was originally very strong. With this fire soul as the foundation and your cultivation of the 9-turn dragon G, D-spell, there is a high chance that the fire divine dragon and the Tianyang fire soul will give birth to the heaven and earth martial spirit. Long Xue continued, under normal circumstances, only the fire dragon with a great flame potential would be able to develop a fire dragon's divine soul. While talking, Long Xue suddenly appeared in front of Chen Xiang. Looking at the cute girl dressed in white, with a huge chest, Chen Xiang sniffed and said, Little naughty dragon, why are you so big? It's all because of the pills I gave you. Long Xue scoffed. This is all because I can eat it, stop looking at it. What's so nice about being separated by clothes? Chun Xiang curled his lips and said, I'm just worried that you won't be able to support me if it's too heavy. Do you want me to help you support yourself? Bah. Long Xue let out a lovable snort, and slowly stretched out her jade-like little hand. A burst of white light seeped out of it, and she placed her hand on Chen Xiang's forehead, then closed her eyes. Chun Xiang was sitting on the ground, but Long Shui was standing. The large jade rabbit that was about to be revealed was right in front of him, causing him to feel extremely hot from watching it. "You see anything?" Chun Xiang asked. "No, but have you seen enough?" Although this Long Shui looked like a girl, her age was not young. In short, in Chun Xiang's eyes, she was a very mischievous little perverted dragon girl. "What's so good about the clothes?" Chun Xiang curled his lips and said. Long Shui withdrew her hand, then said doubtfully, "I actually can't sense your fire dragon martial soul." "No wonder you can't sense it yourself." The martial spirit had merged into every part of Chen Xiang's body and was closely connected to his divine soul. Furthermore, he also had the fire soul and thunder soul inside his body. Your martial spirit is very weak. It's very likely that it's scared by your fire soul and other things to the point that it doesn't dare to come out. Try to attract your fire soul's aura. It might be afraid of this. Long Shui said. Chun Xiang nodded, closed his eyes, and quickly entered the netherworld realm. He made himself seem as if he had entered a vast expanse of white sea, while he himself floated in the middle of it, and this was his sea of consciousness. He was currently using the power of his divine soul to sense every part of his body, to search for the fire dragon martial soul. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Xiang suddenly heard a very weak cry, and he immediately became excited, because that was a dragon's cry. He anxiously used his senses to feel the fire dragon martial soul. Before long, he could completely sense the fire dragon martial soul. Just like Long Shui had said, because his fire soul was too strong, it caused the young and weak fire dragon martial soul to be suppressed, causing it to increase slowly in his body and a large amount of energy to be absorbed by the fire soul. Little naughty dragon, hurry up and use that dragon pearl to channel more power for me. The more the better. I feel that it is very hungry, and it is also very weak. It might disappear at any time. Chun Xiang said. After Long Shui heard Chun Xiang's words, she placed her hand on his abdomen, turning the energy from the dragon pearl into dragon power and channeled it into Chun Xiang's body. Feeling the dragon power entering his body, Chen Xiang took the chance to pour the dragon power into the fire dragon martial soul right now, allowing it to absorb the dragon pearl's energy and quickly strengthen itself. Only if the fire dragon martial soul was strong to a certain degree would he be able to step into the next realm. The energy within the dragon pearl was extremely dense. Back then, the strength of the boa dragon was equivalent to that of a powerful immortal. Right now, Chun Xiang knew just how weak his martial spirit was. No wonder he could not break through. He could only not feel the existence of the congenital Kung Fu soul. It was because his fire soul was too strong. After 10 days, Chun Xiang could no longer feel the fire dragon martial soul with his strong divine sense, and his body was now emitting a faint heat. Chun Xiang opened his eyes and saw Long Shui pouting while staring at her. "What are you looking at? Have you never seen such a good-looking man?" Chun Xiang smiled. "Pei, I've seen your entire body countless times. There really isn't anything to look at." When Long Shui said these words, her face did not redden at all. On the other hand, Chun Xiang felt very unhappy in his heart. His handsome face flushed red, and he snorted. "Little pervert, that's not fair. You've seen me. I haven't seen you before." Long Shui chuckled. "So what? If you have the ability, you can look at me, right?" Both of Chun Xiang's eyes burned with anger. He wanted to burn the little girl's clothes. "If I don't lower myself to your level, you rogue dragon girl. Don't bring Sister Meiyao and elder sister you. Do you still need me to bring you around?" The dragon blood said with a low laugh she had transferred more dragon power into Chun Xiang's body. "Concentrate on cultivating my martial spirit. I need to increase the amount of dragon power I enter. If not, you can't go to the 18-layer area before Chaotic Mountain takes place." Qinxiang immediately closed his eyes and started cultivating the fire dragon martial soul. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had said, and Qinxiang's entire body was enveloped by a layer of red light. His clothes had already been burnt to ashes. A powerful and domineering dragon had faintly appeared on his chest, while a layer of dragon scale seemed to emerge from his entire body, causing Long Shui to be secretly amazed. The white dragon tattoo on Qinxiang's left shoulder had already disappeared, as it had been taken away by Long Shui. She was worried that when the fire dragon martial soul grew stronger, it would resist against the white dragon's soul power that she had left on Qinxiang's body, resulting in unnecessary trouble. Roar! Suddenly, Qinxiang opened his mouth and roared, releasing a dragon roar. The skin on his chest had a tattoo of a burning dragon head. It looked very lifelike. His body was also flash. Plus-ing with pieces of crystal-like, fiery red scales, covering half of his body. Long Shui retreated to the side, looked into Qinxiang's flaming eyes, and asked softly, "How are you feeling now?" "The fire dragon martial soul is strengthening. It can already be in my body at the same time as the heaven fire soul." The red light around Qinxiang's body suddenly disappeared and returned back to its original state. After resolving this bottleneck, I can now continue to cultivate and transfer the dragon power over. There's still the dragon soul inside the dragon pearl. You need to cultivate divine soul now, but you should absorb the dragon soul inside the dragon pearl. Long Shui spat out a dragon pearl. This dragon pearl was a little too small. It could be seen that in order to make the fire dragon martial soul stronger, Qinxiang had absorbed a lot of dragon's power. See 656. C656. Not only did the dragon pearl have the vigorous energy of dragons, was currently absorbing both of these powers at the same time, strengthening his divine soul and strengthening his innate qi. Long Shui was currently assisting Qinxiang in cultivation as well. Qinxiang held the small jade hand that was holding onto the dragon pearl and absorbed the power of the dragon's soul from it. She then absorbed a large amount of the dragon pearl's energy, transformed it into the dragon power, and pressed one hand on Qinxiang's abdomen and poured it into Qinxiang's body. Dragons were born with the ability to use the dragon power, but humans could only use it through cultivation. Furthermore, the conditions to cultivate the Taiji dragon suppressed Kung Fu were extremely harsh, so humans with the ability to use the dragon power had terrifying strength. The energy contained within the dragon power was extremely majestic. After entering Qinxiang's dantian, it was refined by Qinxiang and refined into a large amount of genuine qi of 5 elements. He compressed all of the innate qi into the 5 beast statue and lit them up. At the same time, Long Shui had also entered a semi-cultivation state. The energy inside the dragon pearl was so dense that after entering her body, it would be absorbed by her as well. The speed at which the energy was absorbed into her body through the dragon power made Qinxiang exclaim repeatedly, but he knew that this method was not common, and it would take a period of time. Qinxiang had been holding on to Long Shui's jade hands the entire time, and the dragon pearl was right in the middle of this large and small palm. He remembered that there was an extremely large amount of energy inside the dragon pearl, so it was impossible for it to be absorbed by Long Shui and him in such a short amount of time. Very quickly, he discovered the reason. What he did not expect was that the Yuyao Jade Palace inside the ring was absorbing the energy at a crazy rate, and he could not control it. What's going on? Qinxiang was getting anxious because the speed at which the ring absorbed the energy was extremely fast. Right now, he treated the dragon pearl as a treasure for his cultivation. Long Shui, who was cultivating, also opened her eyes, because she could clearly feel that the dragon pearl in her palm was slowly shrinking. What made her feel serious was that both her and Qinxiang's hands were stuck to the dragon pearl and were being sucked in by a strange suction force. The problem with the ring: hurry up and cultivate, otherwise the dragon pearl will be gone. This is not a bad thing. Do not worry. Long Xue's eyes flickered with white light as she let out a sigh of relief. She gave Qin Xiang a sweet smile, then continued to close her eyes to increase the speed at which she transferred dragon power to Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang was also at a loss at this moment, but he knew that if he was not faster, this dragon pearl would have dried up. What made him most depressed was that the ring was actually absorbing the power of the dragon soul. Not long after, Qin Xiang calmed himself down and entered a quiet cultivation state, crazily refining the dragon power that Long Xue had sent over to him. What made him a little surprised was that the speed at which he refined the dragon power was getting faster and faster, and his body was getting hotter and hotter. The refined power that was released from the raging flames Dantian was even more tyrannical, and he could feel that his flames had actually become a lot more powerful. Unknowingly, Qin Xiang's entire body was covered in flames, and he quickly found out the reason behind this. His fire dragon martial soul was actually quickly growing stronger, which surprised him a little, especially with such a speed. Following his continuous increase in innate qi and divine soul, everything within his body was refined and strengthened. He felt that it wouldn't be long before he entered the 100 refining realm. What is this? Qin Xiang was suddenly shocked. He felt a white liquid gus, plusing into his body. He could clearly feel that this was not energy, but a white blood liquid, and a large amount of it was currently appearing in his body. It seeped into his limbs and bones, and seeped into his blood, bones, and muscles. At this moment, he felt as if his body was a dried-up piece of land that was continuously being irrigated by this white liquid, causing him to feel extremely comfortable. It's from the ring. Qin Xiang felt it. The ring was frantically releasing the liquid. It allowed the white liquid to continuously enter his body and flood over his body. Although he did not feel his body strengthening, he felt a wonderful feeling. This is a jade dragon blood. Your fire dragon martial soul is currently excited. A jade dragon is known as the immortal D dragon among the dragon race. As long as it is a jade dragon, it will never die. This is a jade dragon blood. Your fire dragon martial soul is currently excited. A jade dragon is called the immortal D dragon among the dragon race. As long as it is a jade dragon, it will never die when it is born. Long Xue said. This caused Qin Xiang and Bai Yuyu to be extremely shocked. Jade Dragon had always been a mysterious individual, but they did not know that there was actually such an earth-shattering secret. Your current Jade Dragon blood should have been pulled out by someone else and injected into this ring. Only by absorbing a large amount of dragon power and dragon soul can this blood be revived. Long Xue continued. The other Imperial Dragoness and some powerful humans require the Jade Dragon blood because they have taken a fancy to the Jade Dragon's inherent power. Su Meiyao was shocked and asked, "Is this the reason why the Jade Dragon's dragon body and dragon soul are indestructible and indestructible? If that's the case, once little scoundrel merged with his Jade Dragon blood, wouldn't he be able to pass through the tribulation easily? It should be like this, but we need to see how many Jade Dragon blood he fused with. These are all the blood essences of the Jade Dragon. After the Jade Dragon gets injured, it doesn't need to absorb energy or anything like that. It can recover quickly. So after we capture one Jade Dragon, we can extract a large amount of blood essence and refine it into our bloodline once in a while." Long Xue replied, "Jade Dragon are not immortal, but if they are themselves, no one can kill them. It is said that once the Jade Dragon is captured, they choose to self-destruct, releasing flames that even the DS fear." Qin Xiang was secretly excited, because the large amount of Jade Dragon blood that surged out from the ring still continued to enter his body, and did not reject him in the slightest. What made him extremely happy was that there were even waves of white mist that surged out from his sea of consciousness and entered his divine soul. After 3 days and 3 nights, the dragon pearl seemed to only be as big as a grain of rice, and at this time the Jade Dragon blood had no longer flowed into his body. Enough! It has already fused into your body and divine soul. After you obtain the devil-suppressing blood, You acquired the bone soulless which only exists in the divine body. Now, with this jade dragon blood, I think you really won't die. However, if you are attacked by a powerful expert, I'm afraid you will need a long time to recover. Long Shui said. When Chen Xiang obtained the devil-suppressing blood, his body was already exceptionally strong, reaching the immortal devil body level 45. And in the mortal realm, the bodies of many strong warriors were at most 25%. Although his physical body was stronger than some of the Nirvana stage S, it did not mean that he was stronger than any of them, because the innate chi that he had trained in was extremely strong and could injure him severely with just a finger. But in terms of comparing physical strength, he was invincible within the mortal realm. It seems like you will be able to cultivate the Ji. Oh, delay body finger soon. Bai Yu's voice carried a trace of excitement. C657. C657, the dragon pearl, had completely absorbed all of its energy. And Chen Xiang's divine soul had also grown by quite a bit as well. After breaking through to the adult stage, he had been stuck at the stage of transformation and had now refined his divine soul to the third stage of metamorphosis. According to Long Shui, his current divine soul was vastly different from his physical body and innate chi. Back then, cultivating divine soul was extremely difficult, and even Qin Xiang had no choice. In the cave, Long Shui leaned against the wall of the cave as she held a fruit in her hand. The fruit had been bitten a few times on it, and she was currently watching Chen Xiang cultivate. The dragon scales on Chen Xiang's body merely appeared for a few brief moments before disappearing. Then his body once again released a fiery red radiance, as if his body was surrounded by a layer of soft flames. The red, crystal-like dragon scales suddenly appeared again, and then disappeared. Chen Xiang was completely immersed in his cultivation now. He felt that he was standing on a dragon head that was carved out of fiery red crystals, riding this dragon, soaring about the Taiji Yin and Yang map in his dantian. Of course, the fire dragon that was so huge in Qin Xiang's eyes in comparison to the 5B statue still looked like an ant and a mountain, but Qin Xiang was even more so. Sooner or later, he knew that he would be able to drive the 5B statue formed with innate chi. Shui, what's the situation with him? When Su Meiyao came out of the Yuyao ring, this ring was named after her because it was meant for her and Bai Yu to live in. He might be able to turn this martial spirit into a dragon that he can drive in the future, but he will probably have to wait a long time. He can use the power of the fire dragon now, and this little scoundrel is now a mutant dragon. Long Shui laughed. That means he doesn't inherit the dragon's bloodline all the time, but has used his own fortuitous encounter to give himself the power to fight against the dragon. This kind of person is what the Imperial Dragon Clan fears the most. Suddenly, Qin Xiang opened his eyes and a red light flashed. It looked just like a pair of fire dragon eyes. The terrifying flames ignited in his eyes, his body was ignited in flames. The faint fiery red dragon scales overflowed the surface of his body. But he did not look sinister at all. Instead, he had a kind of strange beauty, just like the way he revealed his profound martial diamond armor-s domineering aura. We've entered the 100 refining realm. Long Shui laughed, her small face revealing an ambiguous look that did not match her outer appearance. Sister Meiyao, other than the Tli of Undying Dragon in the Imperial Dragon Clan, does the Jade Dragon have another Tli? After knowing that Qin Xiang had entered the 100 refining realm, Bai Yu also came out from the Yuyao ring. Looking at Qin Xiang, who was covered in beautiful dragon scales, her eyes flashed with a strange light, and she couldn't help but take a few more glances. Qin Xiang was focused on absorbing the power of giving. After absorbing the power of giving, he would be 100 refining realm warrior. What nickname? Bai Yu asked, but not long after she asked the question. She was already regretting it. This name is not limited to Gonglong, and is commonly known as Yin Dragon. Those strong male dragons in Imperial Dragon Clan are indeed very perverted, which is why there are many demon beasts that have dragon blood-s in their bodies. However, Male jade dragon S are even more perverted. Long Shui chuckled. Actually, it's not like that either. It's just that there are too many female dragons trying to tempt the jade dragon. And if I were to go with the jade dragon, I can also obtain that kind of indestructible power. Su Meiyao scoffed and used all her strength to pinch Long Shui's pill. Little dragon, what do you mean by that? Long Shui laughed tenderly. As for whether there will be any benefits from doing that with Chen Xiang, I'll have to let the two sisters verify it. Why didn't you personally verify it? Bai Yu blushed slightly and asked softly, I'm still young. Long Shui stuck out her tongue. Su Meiyao grabbed towards her chest, grabbed onto an imposing object, and snorted, You're still young. Chen Xiang didn't know that these three beauties were playing with each other. Otherwise, he would definitely be distracted. Long Shui and Su Meiyao played around for a while before continuing. Because the Jade Dragon are too hot going, they were completely exterminated by the Imperial Dragon. Otherwise, these Imperial Dragon would not have been able to find a good female Imperial Dragon to give birth to a pure descendant. Sister Meiyao, so you have to look favorably on a little man. If the news of him possessing a jade dragon blood spreads, let alone a woman, even a man. Hey, Chen Xiang suddenly heard it and almost choked to death on a mouthful of blood. Don't say any more. It's not good to go berserk later. Bai Yu looked at Chen Xiang with concern. If she wasn't a little afraid of the heat emitted from Chen Xiang's body, she would have definitely wiped off Chen Xiang's sweat. Feeling Bai Yu's tenderness, Chen Xiang's mood immediately improved, and he absorbed the power of giving a little faster. Su Meiyao pinched Long Shui's face and laughed. Little milkman, do you also want to steal my little man? Long Shui pouted, but did not reply. The cave was silent for a moment. Then Long Shui muttered, I should be a big-breast dragon. This made Su Meiyao burst out in laughter, as she reached out and took this mischievous and sweet little dragon girl into her arms. 5 days had said. Chen Xiang's body suddenly trembled. A dragon's roar came out from his body, causing the entire forest to shake slightly, and that dragon roar spread out along with the shock. Thinking back to the forest, the birds and beasts were startled, and they all started to flee. When Chen Xiang opened his eyes, 2 streams of flames would frequently spurt out from his eyes, converging into what seemed to be a flaming dragon, bared its fangs and brandished its claws, and directly smashed apart the shattered rocks inside the cave. I've finally broken through. Bai Yu heaved a sigh of relief, looked at Chen Xiang gently, and returned to the Yuyao Ring S. Su Meiyao walked over, gave him a kiss on his lips, then petted him a little before turning into a white light and entering the Yuyao Ring. Long Shui pursed her lips. The little girl actually revealed a kind of flirtatious expression, startling Chen Xiang. What are you going to do now? Chen Xiang looked at her chest where her clothes were about to burst and asked with curled lips, You've broken through, but it's all thanks to me. Give me some rewards. Long Shui stretched out her small hands and chuckled as she looked at Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang took out a nature fruit and placed it on her palm. Eat it. When Long Shui saw Chen Xiang's mischievous smile, she sputtered and went to the Yuyao Ring S. On Chen Xiang's left shoulder, there was still a white dragon tattoo, which was left behind for Long Shui to quickly borrow strength to give him. At this time, his innate qi and divine soul had become much stronger, and there were more than 320,000 genuine granule in his dantian. When he walked out of the cave, he stamped his feet fiercely, and after a burst of explosive lightning bolts, the ground immediately cracked, forming a network of cracks blazing with fire and lightning. Using the 72 changes now should be much simpler. Chen Xiang transformed into a small hawk and flapped his wings, instantly flying into the sky and gliding in the air. If this was before he had broken through, if he flew into the air, he would definitely be pressured by a strange pressure, making it hard for him to fly. But now he could resist the pressure and fly into the air. Therefore, he didn't need to travel those dangerous, long distances like before. If this was before he had broken through, if he flew into the air, he would definitely be pressured by a strange pressure, making it hard for him to fly. But now he could resist the pressure and fly into the air. Therefore, he didn't need to travel those dangerous, long distances like before. Little naughty dragon, how do I know if I possess the indestructible power of the jade dragon? Qinxiang asked. Even though he felt that his entire body and even his soul contained a strange power, he did not dare to be certain. It's very simple. Cut off your fingers. If you can grow them quickly, even if you have them, or cut off a piece of flesh from your body, you can see the flesh growing out. Long Shui said. Qinxiang's heart twitched. Wasn't this M-A-S-O-C-H-A-S-tic? What if he didn't grow up? Wouldn't that be cutting himself off? Is there no other way? Qinxiang asked again as he landed beside a river. Other ways. Find a woman and do that with her. Then she can feel that strange energy that is unique to Yulong blood fuse into your body, even if you have all the Yulong blood there. Long Shui paused for a moment, then continued. Right, if a woman wants to completely possess a Yulong blood, you might have to cultivate her many times. Cultivate. Qinxiang suddenly wanted to ruthlessly hit the little dragon's B-U-T-T, and it actually became worse and worse. However, when he thought that she was not a little girl, he felt that it was better not to. Qinxiang released the green dragon demon-slain broadsword, but at this time the green dragon demon-slain broadsword was following his control, transforming into a small green dagger. He was considering whether or not he should try and test if he really obtained the Yulong blood's inheritance. If you are unwilling, then let me do it. Long Shui said excitedly. Bah. Qinxiang kept his blade properly. He still decided not to do it because his body was extremely strong right now. If he lost a finger or cut off a piece of flesh, he would need to use a large amount of precious pills in order to recover. It's better to wait until we return to the mortal Kung Fu realm and find Xian Xian. Qinxiang chuckled. Furthermore, that is a very happy method. It was only on the 16th floor that Qinxiang found it hard to fly, because the strange pressure here made it hard to continue flying in the air. However, after he landed on the ground, it became much easier. This meant that he had to travel a more dangerous path. Mother*****. All I see are mutated immortal beast. If I see one, I'll die. Qinxiang took out his Luotian gate. He planned to use up all his strength to travel through S.P.A.C. here. Although Long Shui could sense the immortal beast hiding in the surrounding area, once it was targeted by the fierce beasts, it would be very difficult to escape. There were even some immortal beasts that had a strong concealed surname. When encountering this type, Qinxiang would fall into extreme danger. Maybe you won't die. At most, you'll need some time to be reborn. Su Meiyao laughed. He couldn't guarantee his safety, even if Qinxiang stayed at the place he was at right now. He told Long Shui to find the Heaven's Sacred City on the 18th floor quickly and then teleport outside the city. After Long Shui and her shared the power of the Dragon Pearl, her magic power had increased by a lot, and she and Qinxiang also had some sort of strange connection. Right now, she was using the Heaven Tour method more quickly and could even split herself into many divine intents to search. I found it. Long Shui told Qinxiang the location and said, Your strength should be enough to travel across this distance. Leaping into S.P.A.C. in this high-level area will require more energy than if you were to return to the mortal martial realm. Qinxiang activated the Luotian gate and felt the innate qi in his body suddenly rush out like a Luotian gate. The extremely fast speed seemed to have sucked him dry. The innate qi instantly rushed. Plussing out from his meridians, causing him to feel an endless amount of pain. In an instant, the Luotian gate had absorbed 90% of his power and opened a spatial door. He immediately entered the spatial door and arrived outside a field. He quickly consumed a few medicinal pellets to recover his exhausted innate qi. With this, the thick and dense innate qi left him in a state of unease. After recovering 30% of his innate qi, Qin Xiang ran back to the heaven's sacred city. It would be better to be in the city than in the wilderness. Coming to the 18th floor, the immortal energy here was indeed the densest. Although he could use the devouring magic kung fu to absorb and refine it, it would still take a lot of time and would not work. On this floor, Chen Xiang felt like he was an ant walking in a world full of giants, worried that he would be accidentally stepped on to death, especially after he entered the city. The nirvana stage that filled the streets shocked him. Although he had met a few hundred refining realm S, most of them had followers from nirvana stage, and they were all from wealthy CLA. SSES. Fortunately, Chen Xiang's concealing ability was not bad, and others could not see through his strength. This great A.S. assembly was about to begin. There were only 3 days left, which caused a lot of people on this level, and Chen Xiang had also heard that a few of the larger cracks were being blocked, while the smaller cracks were being left to the younger generation to gain experience. I wonder if Yan Xiaolin will come. If I can't find her, I might have to return to the mortal martial realm like this. Qin Xiang had always planned to bring back a batch of ground-level pills from here. Only through Yan Xiaolin could he get the most and the cheapest. The Sacred Dan City had a lot of properties on every floor in the large cities, and it was very easy to find them in the Sacred Dan School. Yan Xiaolin was the person in charge of the business in the large cities on every floor, and she was the one in charge of the business in the Sacred Dan School. He walked past a street and saw a wall filled with his portraits. The bounty was even being fought over because he had destroyed a city, lord's mansion, and infuriated a force. This made him even more careful. Chen Xiang now felt like he had entered a tiger's den. He had to be wary of everyone, and if he was targeted like before and told the immortals, he would be in deep trouble. I never thought that Chaotic Mountain, who usually stay away from cities, would start a business here and even get a little girl to back him up. This little girl is not bad, her talent in alchemy is high, her looks are good, and her strength is not weak. Right now, a cauldron is placed outside their shop, where a group of young masters will fight for her. Qin Xiang suddenly heard a conversation between an old man and something that he had heard before. It was inconceivable. Lin Shiyi could at most refine a mid-grade ground level, but she could actually create a shop in this city with many powerful people. Chen Xiang did not want to go near at all, but he suddenly heard a laughter coming from afar. Fan Yakin, you're a grave digger, and you really do not do ordinary things. Instead of helping your Fan family store, you came here to help recruit business, and I never expected that you would also kneel down in front of a woman's skirt. Qin Xiang knew that the Chaotic Mountains medicine shop was not far away, and when he heard that Fan Yakin and Lin Shi had gotten along, he secretly clicked his tongue and decided to go take a look as well. After he found Fan Yakin, he would also have a way to contact the Du family. He arrived at the entrance of the shop. When Chen Xiang saw Fan Yakin taking care of the herbs, he could not help but laugh, because Fan Yakin's pill furnace was actually a transparent pill furnace. Obviously, he had obtained some inspiration from magic method furnace. He arrived at the entrance of the shop. When Chen Xiang saw Fan Yakin taking care of the herbs, he could not help but laugh, because Fan Yakin's pill furnace was actually a transparent pill furnace. Obviously, he had obtained some inspiration from magic method furnace. But Chen Xiang knew this kind of transparent and anti-burning ingredients were very rare. If not, many alchemists would have one of these pill furnaces. This way, they could let people or their own disciples see the changes in the furnace better and learn from it. The pellet Fan Yakin refined was a 9-quenching body dan. After the ingredients were placed into the furnace, it immediately released a dazzling gold light, attracting many people's attention, and very quickly the 5 storefronts entrance became bustling. There were many people who did not attend the pill refining compet. 1. Tie-in, so they did not mention anything about Chen Xiang using magic method furnace S to concoct pills, but now that they saw it, they were all dumbstruck. They were all shocked and some even clapped and applauded. Chun Xiang shook his head and laughed. He realized that Fan Yakin's business knowledge was not bad. He looked inside the shop and saw many people entering, and the shop's name was called Shi Pavilion, which was actually named after Lin Shi. Through the shop, he could see a door that led to the back. From that door, he could see that there were many herbs growing inside. It's only been a few months, but this guy has already fallen in love with the chaotic mountains woman. He really is a love expert. Chun Xiang laughed in his heart. He remembered that Lin Shi was a woman with very high standards. Chun Xiang had to admit that Fan Yakin's talent in alchemy was very high. Now that he had a good pill furnace, refining the 9 quenching body dan was very easy. What made many men jealous was when he refined till they sweat profusely. Lin Shi, that delicate beauty, would help him wipe his sweat with a gentle and moving expression. Fan Yakin's current pill furnace looked like a transparent crystal pill furnace, and the material of the pill furnace also had a special type of strengthening light, which caused the light produced to be even more beautiful and resplendent. It was also the first time that Chun Xiang had seen someone else concoct pills with his own eyes, so he patiently admired the pill, waiting for Fan Yakin to finish refining. It's only one pill. This fellow probably isn't familiar with this cauldron. Chun Xiang waited for more than 2 hours, and finally he waited for Fan Yakin to finish. Although there was only one pill, this pill was still valuable, and it was of a high quality. In Sacred Dan Realm, even though there were heaven-level pills, they were still too expensive. There were many ground-level pills, their prices were low, and they were suitable for many people. Everyone also saw, I can refine ground-level pills. When I have time in the future, I will refine a mid-grade ground-level pills for everyone to see. I will also be in charge of this shop from now on, and will be the alchemist of this place. Fan Yakin laughed. The business of the pill shop had become extremely hot. Chun Xiang looked at Fan Yakin and used his consciousness to send a sound transmission to him. "Brother Fan, good move." Just as Fan Yakin was about to put away the pill furnace and leave, he heard Chun Xiang's voice echo in his mind. His body trembled slightly, and when he turned his head to look, he saw a middle-aged man. Let's chat inside." Fan Yakin was extremely shocked. He thought that Chun Xiang would hide himself, but he actually ran all the way to the 18th floor. Chun Xiang followed Fan Yakin to a hall, and Lin Shi followed. "Chun Xiang," Lin Shi said with a frown. Her charming face was full of surprise, and then she hastily closed the door to the hall. Chun Xiang laughed. "I never thought that Miss Lin and Brother Fan would actually fall in love. I never expected that." "Chun Xiang, do you want to die? You actually came here. Don't you know that it is time for all sorts of experts to gather here?" Fan Yakin said. Chun Xiang laughed. "Have you seen when my life is on the line?" Lin Shi snorted. "Aren't you afraid that I'll tell Chaotic Mountain? You have 4 Chaos Fire S in your hands. Many old fellows in Chaotic Mountain are always thinking about them. If you're afraid, then I'm not coming. Is this shop owned by the Chaotic Mountain?" Chun Xiang asked with a smile. "No, it was my parents who secretly supported me. After that," Lin Shi glanced at Fan Yakin, her charming face turning slightly red. "Then he came to help." Chun Xiang nodded his head and said, "I suggest that you guys build a tall tower. After that, Brother Fan should refine pills in the tower from time to time, and use that cauldron." Fan Yakin's eyes lit up. "Not bad. If there's anything you need my help with, just say it. If there's nothing else, you won't come looking for me." Lin Shi glared at Chun Xiang. "Don't tell me you're here to take care of those 3 Chaos Fire S? Those are the last 3 holy tokens of our Chaotic Mountain." Chun Xiang curled his lips and said, "Do you think it's possible for me to obtain it? I am here to look for Yen Xylin. Do you know any way to contact her?" Fan Yakin and Lin Shi looked at each other. Last time during the compet, one Tian, Yen Xylin kissed Chun Xiang. From this, they could tell that Chun Xiang and Yen Xylin's relations. Plus P was not ordinary. What is your relations? Plus P with her? Lin, she asked hastily. Yan Yao followed her for cultivation, and because I've done some big business with her relations. Plus P with me is not too bad. Chun Xiang chuckled. I even slept on her bed before. She is an important figure of the sacred dance school, so she will definitely come to this meeting that the Chaotic Mountain is hosting. It would be best if you go to the Violet Orchid Valley next to the sacred dance school to look for her, and if she does not go into closed-door cultivation, you can find her there. All right, Fan Yakin said. After Qin Xiang heard this, he said, Thank you. Then he turned around and quickly left. Hey, don't you dare partic. 1. P8 in the convention hosted by the Chaotic Mountain. It was a trap set up for you. Qin Xiang had already jumped over a wall, but he heard Lin Shiyi's warning. After leaving the shop, Qin Xiang walked around the street a few times, then entered a relatively low CLA. S, and also a very large inn. The Sacred Dance School was at the east side of the Heaven Sacred City, so Chen Xiang was walking towards the east gate. When he arrived at the entrance, he suddenly saw a notice posted. It said that there was something related to the Compet. 1 Tian. The Chaos Fire contains divine power and will be used to communicate with the DS at the start of the conference. When that time comes, the Chaos Fire will be placed in the middle of the plaza and used to summon the DS. No one can get close to them. Seeing this, Qin Xiang finally understood why Lin Shi said that it was a trap. Qin Xiang now had 4 Chaos Fire. With this much, he would definitely think of a way to get the other 3 pieces. Therefore, once he had the chance, he would definitely make his move. Qin Xiang now had 4 Chaos Fire. With this much, he would definitely think of a way to get the other 3 pieces. Therefore, once he had the chance, he would definitely make his move. Everyone could see that this was a trap set up for Qin Xiang, because Chaotic Mountain knew that it would be very difficult to capture Qin Xiang. After exiting the city, Su Meiyao said, Do you want to go? You have to think carefully. This is not a joke. When the time comes, you will be surrounded by those immortals. If Junior Sister and I recover our peak strength, we might be able to NATCH it away. Bai Yu said, Chen Xiang never thought that the 2 girls would be so strong. The Sacred Dan realm had such abundant resources for pills, so the strong warriors would definitely be even stronger than them. However, Bai Yu confidently said that they could get their hands on the pills. He felt that if he wanted to know their ties, he could only go to the Heaven Realm and inquire about them. Back then I had done a lot of things like this with Senior, so we made enemies everywhere. Those enemies still hate us even now. Su Meiyao laughed. I'll go take a look when the time comes. Qin Xiang sprinted all the way, and in just half a day's time he saw the Sacred Dance School, who was built on top of a huge mountain. From the waist of the mountain to the top of the mountain, it was densely packed with buildings. On the other side of the mountain, there was a mountain in full bloom with purple flowers. That was Chen Xiang's destination, the Zilan Mountain Valley. Yan Xilin was extremely important to the Sacred Dance School, and that was not only because she looked as if she was a bane to the common people. At the same time, it was also because of her strength. Yan Xilin has mastered the divine way. If she continues her cultivation, she might become the strongest person in the Sacred Dan realm. In the Heaven realm, the strongest people all cultivate the divine way, which is to say, we are of the dragon race. Long Shui said, Yan Xilin had stayed in the Sacred Dance School for a long time. In order to make things easier for her, she had her own territory. Just as Qin Xiang stepped into the canyon, he heard a roar and saw a giant wolf that was engulfed in flames and a giant, snow-white tiger suddenly rush. Plussing out of the canyon. This scared Qin Xiang one time, and the aura it exuded was even stronger than the dragon he encountered in the super-old sacred land. He had encountered this kind of powerful immortal beast twice in the immortal poisoning devil forest. One of them was the one that took away the purple dragon flower, while the other was the one that swallowed the devil-suppressing heavenly venerable's legacy. When the two gigantic beasts arrived in front of Chunxiang, their bodies shone with a light as they transformed into human beings. They were actually two tall and curvaceous women with abundant bodies, beautiful enough to look like the moon in flowers, and one of them wore a red robe. "Who are you?" "This place is where the Zilon immortal fairy lives, and outsiders are not allowed to enter, especially men." Although she said it like that, her voice was very gentle and pleasant to listen to, not fierce at all. She gave off a very nice and warm feeling, similar to Yen's Island's tone. "Friend, if there's anything important to you, we can help you pass on to the Zilon immortal fairy. Without her permission, no one is allowed to enter the Zilon mountain valley." The woman in red also said gently. This made Chunxiang find it difficult to associate them with the two ferocious immortal beasts he just met. This was also the first time Chunxiang had seen these kind of immortal beasts in human form, and they were exceptionally beautiful. "So that's how it is. Then I'll have to trouble you two older sisters to help me tell him that an old friend of mine who is a fugitive is looking for her to buy some medicinal pellets." Chunxiang laughed. He was an old man with a long beard. Although the two girls had told them about the bounty slip before, they did not recognize Chunxiang. However, the woman who had transformed into a white tiger always felt that Chunxiang had a very amiable feeling, but at the same time made her feel a little afraid. This was the first time she had ever experienced such a contradictory feeling, so she suspected that Chunxiang was also a white tiger. "Yunju, you are faster than me," the white-dressed woman said in a low voice. "Yes, sister." After the girl, called Yunju, left, the lady in white asked softly, "Senior, are you also from my white tiger race?" "Junior Baixing." Saying that, Baixing bowed to Chunxiang, causing his heart to beat faster, but he remained calm. "Baixing, what a familiar name," Su Meiyao immediately said. Back then, Heaven Realm descended upon a very large white star. In order to prevent a continent from being destroyed, many of the old fellows in the Heaven Realm made their move and succeeded in stopping it in the end. However, the white star suddenly exploded, and those old fellows were all heavily injured. But there was a small white tiger inside the white star. Bai Yuyu said, "That nameless expert has some connections with our family, because this white tiger called Baixing is considered a star picker. No one would dare to accept it, and no one would dare to provoke it." Chunxiang did not expect this beautiful and tender lady in front of him to have such a background. She had even injured so many old men in Heaven Realm. Chunxiang coughed dryly and pretended to be an expert. "I never thought that it would be the little girl Baixing who seriously injured a bunch of old guys from Heaven Realm. Hee hee." Baixing was shocked. He frowned slightly as he said with a sorrowful look on his face, "I didn't expect that there would still be people who know my past after coming here." Chunxiang saw that he had touched the heart of the beauty and anxiously said, "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Although I am not the white tiger race, but I have a duty to protect white tiger race. But this does not include those white tigers who commit many evil deeds." "In that case, Senior, where did you come from? Why do I feel that you have the aura of our white tiger race?" Baixing asked doubtfully. Both of Chunxiang's hands flashed with a white light, revealing a pair of white gloves. Seeing this, Baixing was immediately frightened and became dumbstruck. Baixing was shocked speechless. As long as it was a white tiger, everyone would recognize this slaughtered D's hand. Confidential. Chunxiang snickered. Baixing nodded. She had been together with Yen's Island for a long time and had told him about many people coming to find Yen's Island. However, to her, Chunxiang was the strongest one. Yen's Island and Yun Zhu flew over and landed in front of Chunxiang. Seeing Chunxiang and Baixing laughing and talking, Yen Xylan scolded them. Don't give my sister any soup. Not at all. Qin Xiang laughed, while Yen Xylan shook her head and laughed. She pulled his hand and gently leaped. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived in a beautiful valley that was surrounded by purple flowers. Qin Xiang looked around and laughed. This is really a good place. I should be safe hiding here. Chapter 661 by Xing's Secret. Chapter 661 by Xing's Secret. Qin Xiang sat on a stone bench in the valley and ate a kind of purple honey. Yen Xylan took off a purple robe and with a face full of hidden bitterness. It's best if you just came to buy medicinal pellets for me. This was, of course, the biggest reason for Qin Xiang to come here. He smiled and said, I'm here to look for my fiancée. Is Yanyao here? Of course she's here, but she's cultivating in seclusion, so she's preparing to cross nirvana tribulation. When are you going to return to Vatican? Yen Xylan asked. Qin Xiang was slightly stunned. He remembered that he didn't tell Yen Xylan that he came from the Vatican. I don't think I've told you where I came from, right? Qin Xiang said, No, but I can guess that we, the upper echelons of the forces, all know that Fan Yakin has gone to the mortal realm, and then that your relations. I plus P with him was very good. Originally, I was only guessing, but when Yanyao said that you would leave and that you and your married couple were fake, I was sure. Yen Xylan smiled sweetly. Don't worry, that's only my guess. Because you urgently need a large batch of ground-level pills. I think there should be very little in mortal realm. Qin Xiang stuck out his tongue. That's right, right now I can only concoct low-grade ground-level pills. So I want high or middle-grade ground level. I will be returning very soon. Yen Xylan smiled slightly. Don't you think that Yanyao didn't tell me that? When I told her, I wasn't afraid she would tell, and I believed her. Qin Xiang shrugged. Xylan, how many high-ranked ground-level pills do you have now? Yen Xylan chuckled, and looked at Qin Xiang with a teasing and coquettish gaze, then said leisurely, I've been worried about you these past few days, and yet you're in such a hurry to talk about this upon meeting me. You really don't understand. You can return to the mortal realm. That's why you're not afraid of the chaotic mountain, right? Qin Xiang laughed. Sister Xylan is really worried about me, body in the mortal realm. It makes me happy. No matter what, we are now friends. You said that I'm no longer alone. So of course I care about you. Yen Xylan rolled his eyes at Qin Xiang and snorted. Qin Xiang sighed. Xylan, it might be a long time until I return to the holy pill realm. So when you left, you were going to go all out? Yen Xylan asked softly. Her voice was filled with worry. Qin Xiang nodded his head. I want those 3 Chaos Fire token. Then I'll leave the holy pill realm. I can help you. Make you return to the mortal realm without leaving a single regret, and help you S-N-A-T-C. H the Chaos Fire token no matter what. Yen Xylan's eyes flashed with autumn waves as he looked at Qin Xiang affectionately, making him feel as if he was suddenly struck by lightning. Qin Xiang's heart suddenly jumped. Don't look at Yen Xylan's pitiful and beautiful eyes that could melt him. He shook his head and said, No need, Sister Xylan. You can use a woman's item. 1. Tai. With the status you have today, I cannot let your years of hard work go to waste. Yen Xylan scoffed. Don't tell me you want to go there yourself? If you go, you might not be able to come back, but I can. Long Shui suddenly said, I have a way to get help from the beautiful white tiger. What method? Qin Xiang asked anxiously. That white tiger beauty was born from the stars. That's another way of nurturing the descendants of the white tiger's special species. I just remembered it. Long Shui said, Those are white tiger race S who have been wandering in the vast starry sky all year round. However, their cultivation method is very special. They just swallow and kill stars. And then Qin Xiang asked, Therefore, they have a special kind of power. It's able to sense the stars and absorb their power. It's also able to summon a few stars to descend onto the ground for them to cultivate. Long Shui paused for a moment before continuing. It's just that the white tiger I met outside earlier didn't seem to cultivate using this method, but she definitely understood how to make her summon a falling star and catch those strong warriors unprepared. Then, I'll join hands with you and S, N, A, T, C. H the chaos fire token away. Xin Xiang said, Sister Xylin, let Bai Xing help me, she has a way. Yan Xylin shook her head. No, although Bai Xing is very strong, I cannot let her be in danger. She is also my friend, I can help you. Bai Xing and Yun Zhu have been together with me for many years. They are like sisters. Both of them have previous experiences of being abandoned and alienated by others. I don't want them to run away. Xin Xiang said, No need for her to appear there. I just need her to help me with a little thing. Sister Xylin, since you trust those two so much, call them over. We can discuss this together, and don't worry, I will definitely not let your sisters get hurt. I will personally do it then. Trust me. Yan Xylin saw Xin Xiang's resolute and deep eyes, nodded, and then floated away. Very quickly, Yun Zhu and Bai Xing arrived. Bai Xing greets Senior. Bai Xing bowed toward Xin Xiang, causing Yan Xylin to let out a sweet snort as he pinched Xin Xiang. I'm not some senior. Xin Xiang anxiously said, Sister Xylin, how did she come to think of it? Yun Zhu and Bai Xing both treated Xin Xiang as an expert because there were very few men who could enter Xylin Valley. Now that they saw Yan Xylin pinching Xin Xiang like this, they could tell that the relations H.I. plus P between Yan Xylin and Xin Xiang wasn't ordinary. It's just that they felt that Yan Xylin was this old man. Xin Xiang anxiously took off his old clothes, revealing his handsome and angular face. Upon seeing his face, both Yun Zhu and Bai Xing were stunned. Shen Xiang! Bai Xing shouted, his face slightly bulging, and thinking back to how she had called Xin Xiang Sr. before he was embarrassed. Said and angry at the same time. I'm sorry. Xin Xiang immediately apologized. I'm not angry with you. I'm furious with myself. What's more, how could I dare to be angry with you? Bai Xing bit her lips lightly because Shen Xiang was severely injured, and that was refined from the body of a white tiger divine beast. Yun Zhu and Yan Xylin were a little shocked because they could see that Bai Xing truly did not dare to be angry with Xin Xiang. Yan Xylin pinched the flesh on Xin Xiang's arm without letting go. I already said, You're not allowed to suit my sisters. Sis, it's none of her business. Bai Xing hastily stopped him, his beautiful face full of self-blame as he looked at Xin Xiang. Shen Xiang quickly explained, Sister Xylin, I really don't have any. She is afraid of me because of this. Xin Xiang anxiously revealed his deicide hand. Upon seeing the pair of tiger gloves, Yan Xylin and Yun Zhu immediately understood and were stunned. This was because Bai Xing often told them about the white tiger race, and they were naturally aware of this white tiger divine weapon, especially Yan Xylin. She never expected that Shen Xiang would actually have such a divine weapon, an existence that Serpa said wholly ranked. When Yun Zhu and Bai Xing saw that Yan Xylin was together with the person who placed the bounty on Chaotic Mountain, they could not help but panic in their hearts. They did not want Yan Xylin to offend such a powerful force like Chaotic Mountain. Yun Zhu and Bai Xing understood Yan Xylin very well. Of course, they had absolute trust in Yan Xylin. Of course, they had been together with him for a very long time, and for the sake of the three of them having a good environment to cultivate in, Yan Xylin was willing to help them with the protection of the sacred dance school. Yun Zhu and Bai Xing understood Yan Xylin very well. Of course, they had absolute trust in Yan Xylin. Of course, they had been together with him for a very long time, and for the sake of the three of them having a good environment to cultivate in, Yan Xylin was willing to help them with the protection of the sacred dance school. They were women, and there were even two immortal beasts among them. both objects that many powerful immortals wished to conquer. It was not easy for them to have a safe environment right now, so they naturally did not want to be destroyed like this. After Yan Xiaolin told Yunju and Bai Xing that he wanted to S, and A to C, H the 3, Chaos Fire, the two girls were so scared that their faces turned pale. They were immortal beasts and were both very strong, so if they went together with Yan Xiaolin, they might be able to win. Sisters, I won't let you take the risk to help me steal something. When Chun Xiang saw the two girls' expressions, he said anxiously, I just need Big Sister Bai Xing to help me out with a little favor. When the time comes, I will do it myself. Yan Xiaolin said seriously, You must promise me. You definitely won't let Bai Xing into a dangerous situation. If not, I will definitely not let you go at that time. Yan Xiaolin nodded towards Yunju and Bai Xing, and Yunju also sat down. Yan Xiaolin was their big sister. The three girls had once supported each other with their lives, their relations. I plus P towards each other was extremely good, and they could tell that Yan Xiaolin had some sort of kindness towards Qin Xiang, so they would definitely help Yan Xiaolin as well. Qin Xiang laughed. Sister Bai Xing, do they know about your situation? Bai Xing nodded his head, which surprised Yan Xiaolin and Yunju. Bai Xing's background was the most mysterious, but Chun Xiang knew about it. Chun Xiang anxiously replied, It's not her that told me. It's just that I happened to read a book that described the matters when Big Sister Bai Xing was born. But Big Sister Bai Xing, you probably only know that you came out from a giant star and don't know why you came out of it, right? Bai Xing sighed lightly. I searched for a lot of information in Heaven Realm. After I came to Sacred Dan Realm, Big Sis also helped me search for it, but I didn't know about this matter. Chun Xiang said, Of course, you are the most mysterious and special clan in the White Tiger race, called the Starry Tiger Tribe. You cultivate by absorbing the power of the stars, and you can also roam the starry sky. Yunju and Bai Xing now somewhat understood why Qin Xiang had such a good relations. I plus P with him. Over the years, they had met many powerful experts with vast knowledge, but no one knew about these things. Cough, cough. It was the boss of White Tiger race who told me this. Qin Xiang laughed and continued. You probably have never tried to absorb the power of the stars before, right? Not only can you become stronger by absorbing the power of the stars, you can also use the special ability in your body to summon out the stars. The three girls were not stupid. They now understood why Qin Xiang wanted Bai Xing to help him. Back then, when Bai Xing descended onto a continent in Heaven Realm, it was only with the help of many experts that he was able to stop the star. You only need to stay here to do it. Other than us, no one else will know that you did it. When you summon the stars, no one else will be able to sense it. Don't worry. Qin Xiang said, This was an extremely powerful force. There were countless stars in the vast starry sky, and things like the moon and sun all belonged to the stars. If it could be summoned down, then it would lead to the destruction of an entire world. Both Yan Xiaolin and Yunju's faces were filled with shock, and there was even a hint of excitement. This was because their sisters possessed such a terrifying ability that would allow them to better survive in this world where the strong preyed on the weak. What am I going to do? I don't know if I have that ability, and I haven't noticed it in years. Bai Xing tensed up and asked softly. Long Xue had already told Qin Xiang how to awaken his abilities. This was extremely simple. This is because you didn't perform the awakening ceremony. After you awaken, you will receive the inherited memories. This is something that many high-level beasts have. When that time comes, you will know how to cultivate your star power and use your innate ability. Qin Xiang laughed. Don't be nervous. This is a good thing for Sister Bai Xing. She already knew that Qin Xiang wasn't an ordinary fellow. Otherwise, she wouldn't have obtained their White Tiger race's divine weapon. Now that she knew Qin Xiang's Tai, she was even more certain that within this sacred Dan realm, there had never been anything that would cause Chaotic Mountain to suffer a big loss. Chun Xiang had to admit that in order to guard against White Tiger Race, Imperial Dragon Race had done a lot of research and had a very good understanding of him. He even knew about this awakening ceremony. Back then, when Chun Xiang fought with the White Tiger, it was only because Long Shui told him about the White Tiger's weakness that he was able to win. Long Shui knew all of this, but he needed the special power of the White Tiger Race. This point was not difficult for Qin Xiang, as he had the White Tiger divine weapon, so he could make Bai Xing set up the array himself. Until night time, when Qin Xiang finished setting up the awakening array. Sister Bai Xing, just sit cross-legged in the middle, then close your eyes and let yourself sleep. This kind of ceremony should have been done when you were very young, so you wouldn't feel any pain. Qin Xiang wiped his sweat and heaved a sigh of relief. This awakening formation was still a little complicated, but thankfully his foundation was not bad. Bai Xing was a little agitated, and immediately sat cross-legged inside the array. After that, she closed her eyes to ease herself up and entered into a deep slumber. The array very quickly emitted a faint golden radiance, which enveloped Bai Xing's body. Bai Xing's delicate body slowly floated up and floated above the array. Starlight shrouded her entire body, and her beautiful pitch-black hair fluttered in the wind. She's absorbing a lot of star power. She might be modifying her body. Qin Xiang revealed a smile. It should be fine by morning. You don't have to worry. What exactly are you doing in the mortal realm? Many of the old people in Sacred Dan realm and the Heaven realm didn't even know about this kind of thing. Yet a little kid like you actually knows about it. Yan Xilin heaved a sigh of relief and smiled at Qin Xiang. Chapter 663, Fire Soul Test. Chapter 663, Fire Soul Test. Yan Xilin didn't have that kind of gentle and polite attitude toward Qin Xiang anymore. This was because she really treated Qin Xiang as a friend, which was why she started to act casual. This is my secret. Qin Xiang smiled mysteriously and continued, Let's do the business first. Yan Xilin gave Qin Xiang a storage ring and said, 200 Relive Dan, 305 elements Profound Dan, 300,000 Profound Energy Body Tempering Pill, and 100,000 Face Preserving Pills. A total of 100 million would be 90 billion, and I'll give you half price of 415 billion. The corner of Qin Xiang's eyes twitched. If it was a dozen or so pills, he would indeed be all right, but when he heard the price, he was shocked. You're too kind. This kind of thing is sold in the Heaven realm, and you still have to flip through it. You know what it means in the mortal realm. Su Mei Yao laughed tenderly. Now it all depends on your charm. Can you let this #1 beauty in Holy Pill realm reduce your charm a little? If I sell it to you at such a low price, I would have to give some to the Sacred Dance School as well. You have helped me out, so this is nothing. Yan Xilin smiled sweetly, but his eyes looked extremely coquettish. If Qin Xiang had enough sparess, he would have definitely struck a deal right away, but now he could only plan on lowering the price. Seeing Qin Xiang's expression, Yan Xilin could not help but giggle. How many spar you have? Only 2 billion. Qin Xiang sighed. Give it to me. I'll help you pay for the rest. Consider this my reward for you. Yan Xilin extended her hand and smiled sweetly. Qin Xiang felt that the cultivation technique he gave her were also very precious, so he didn't feel bad about it right now. He knew that this beauty who was able to bring calamity down upon the nation simply didn't care about these spar at all. Yan Xilin looked at Yunju at this time, and then said to Qin Xiang, Bai Xing and I have received your help, obtained many benefits. You are truly a great benefactor. Yunju is also a good sister to me. Can you let her have some of your feelings as well? Although Qin Xiang's strength was weak when compared to hers, his entire body was filled with charm and mystery, making her really want to read and interpret this kind of man. At this moment, her face was slightly red. He looked at Qin Xiang with antic. One Asian, and a sweet and gentle smile hung on her face. Although Yunju was a powerful immortal beast and fire wolf. The feeling she gave Xinxiang right now was that of a kind, gentle, and beautiful little sheep. She looked a little simple, and her pair of pure eyes were filled with an innocent light. Seeing Xinxiang's thoughtful face, Yan Xilan pouted. Do you think that since Yunju didn't help you in any way Yan Xilan shook Xinxiang's hand as she pouted her lips. Her eyes were filled with hidden bitterness and had a strong killing intent towards men. But when she saw the appearance of the number one beauty in Holy Pill Realm, Xinxiang's heart thumped with surprise. Even Yunju was secretly surprised. This was the first time she had seen her big sister act so coquettishly, and thinking that Yan Xilan was trying to win some benefits for her, Yunju's heart suddenly felt warm. Xinxiang retracted his hand and laughed forcefully. Sister Xilan, you are different from the first time I saw you. You have a bit of the demeanor of the number one beauty in Holy Pill Realm. You don't have to. You are Xilan, a powerful female immortal. For you, a mere mortal, to request so much from me, a little girl, you have truly troubled me. Yunju's appearance is not inferior to mine. Do you think that she is more pure and naive, and does not know how to approach men? Xinxiang now understood how deep the relations H.I.+P. between Yan Xilan and the other two sisters were. I will definitely come back to the Holy Pill Realm in the future. Of course, I will curry favor with the three big sisters, and when that time comes, I will also have a solid S, H.I. plus ELD behind me. I am only considering whether or not I should give that thing to her. Xinxiang was never stingy with his connections and the treasures in his hands and the heaven-defying methods. Even immortals would not be able to compare to him. Hearing Xinxiang's words, Yan Xilan smiled. That kind of coquettish and seductive ATTI. Tude made Xinxiang moan in his heart, and he really wanted to jump over to strip this beauty of his clothes. I didn't expect you to have so many treasures. Why are you still considering it? What exactly is it? Yan Xilan asked with a sweet smile on his face. Yunju said in a low voice at this moment, There's still no need. I didn't help you. I can't take something that's very valuable. Deep into the night, Bai Xing was still floating above the awakening formation. He was lying on his back with a calm and peaceful expression, as if he was enjoying something. But at this time, Xinxiang took out a corpse. It was the corpse of an old man. Outside it was cold ice, and on the ice there was a formation technique. It was a formation technique to prevent the energy from leaking. Corpses? Yan Xilan frowned slightly. Xinxiang laughed. This corpse could only be a corpse to many people, but I can make it very valuable. My Gu family must have at least a few 100 billion spar. Even if there is one, I might not be able to buy it from you for the price. Yan Xilan had already gotten used to Xinxiang's remarkable abilities. Back then, Xinxiang had stolen away the jade dragon flower and killed Guohuaqing, the powerful elder of the Chaotic Mountain. Then he stole 2 Chaos Fire token from one of the Chaotic Mountain's experts. What value? Yan Xilan looked carefully at the frozen body, but she could not see anything. Xinxiang chuckled. I don't know the name of this corpse either. He is a Nirvana realm that wants to kill me. He should have Pa-S, said through 8 tribulations. Furthermore, he is an important elder of the Fire Temple. Hearing the Fire Temple, both Yan Xilan and Yunju's delicate bodies trembled. Xinxiang never thought that the evil name of the Fire Temple would actually be so famous in Holy Pill Realm. A power that specializes in extracting fire soul from mortal realms' bodies is extremely tyrannical in Heaven Realm, and its overall strength is also very strong. I never thought that you would actually dare to provoke them. Speaking to hear, Yan Xilan realized that what he said was nonsense. Xinxiang even dared to provoke the Chaotic Mountain. What else wouldn't he dare not do? This guy's fire soul is still in her body, and I have a way to extract it. I believe the 2 sisters should know the pain of fusing with the fire soul. I can let Sister Yunju obtain it. But at that time, she will have to endure the pain of fusing with the fire soul. Shan Xiang took a deep breath. So that's why I'm considering whether I should give this thing to her. Sister Yunju cultivates flames. The fire soul is of great benefit to her. When Shin Xiang was in First Profound Realm, he killed several elders of Fire Temple who had fire soul-less, and all their corpses were kept by him. Since the Fire Temple was able to extract the fire soul from the human body for others to absorb, it was not strange for Shin Xiang to extract the fire soul from the body. What surprised Shin Xiang was that Yunju actually said bravely, "I'm not afraid, it's just that this corpse is more precious to you. You must be an alchemist." "I have the fire soul, and it's very strong. The fire soul inside this corpse should be the purple fire spirit, not bad." Shin Xiang faintly smiled at Yunju. Chapter 664. The Fire Temple is in for a ride of misfortune. Chapter 664. The Fire Temple is in for a ride of misfortune by doing this. On one hand, Shen Xiang could deepen his relations. H.I. plus P with the three sisters. Although they were women, they were powerful, had Blee position, and were all very beautiful as well. When he came to the Holy Pale Realm again in the future, he would definitely get their care. On the other hand, he also wanted to confirm if he really had the ability to extract the fire soul from the dead and infuse it into the dead. If he succeeded, in the future, when he had the strength, he would hunt down people from the Fire Temple and take out fire soul from their bodies. Then he would treat them the same way, letting them experience what kind of feeling they had after the fire soul was taken out. Take this and eat it when you're in pain. It should be able to alleviate the pain. Shen Xiang took out a piece of fresh, red, beautiful fruit flesh. This was the fruit flesh of earthly fruitess, and the moment Shen Xiang took it out, Yan Xilin and Yun Zhu could immediately see that it was not ordinary. Yan Xilin was in charge of the Sacred Dance School's business. Since she was a knowledgeable person, she realized that the grade of the fruit was much better than the immortal fruit she mentioned before. Yun Zhu did not accept it. Although Shen Xiang gave it to her with an indifferent face, she did not dare to accept it because it was too precious. Yan Xilin chuckled and pinched Yun Zhu's pure face. "Elder sister, I spent a lot of effort just now. Take it." When she thought about how Yan Xilin had sacrificed his looks and even tried to act spoiled in order to get benefits for her, her heart warmed and she received it with her jade hands. With the phagocytosis combined with the magic power, we should be able to pull out the fire soul. Long Shui said. She had long ago discussed all kinds of methods to extract the fire soul with Su Meiyao and the others. In the end, she felt that this method was the safest and most effective. The phagocytosis could extract all the energy from a person's body. So Shen Xiang had used this to devour the Thunder Soul. However, at that time, the phagocytosis would enter his body, and if he added in the powerful control of the magic power, he would be able to stop the fire soul from entering his body. I'm going to start now. When the time comes, I must focus all my attention. You all must help me protect me. Shen Xiang's expression changed. He became solemn. Also, do not leak out this matter. At that time, it might not only be the Fire Temple who wants to deal with me. When used on phagocytosis, if others knew that he had such a terrifying devilish art, he would be in deep trouble. Others either wanted to steal this devilish art or kill those who understood it, lest the day comes when he himself was devoured. Yun Zhu and Yan Xilin both nodded. Shen Xiang released an invisible magic power, wrapped it around his palm, and then released his divine sense into this person's body, sensing all the different parts of this person's body. He originally had a powerful Qingkuan fire soul on him, and coupled with his powerful divine sense, he could immediately sense it. Then he would circulate the phagocytosis and selectively devour those fire souls. Yan Xilin also wanted to see what kind of method Shen Xiang used to extract the fire soul, but she only sensed that Shen Xiang was releasing the magic power and was unable to see anything else. Shen Xiang's hand was placed on top of the corpse's chest, and a weak purple flame suddenly leaked out from the corpse. Upon seeing it, both Yan Xilin and Yun Zhu fiercely stared at it with their beautiful eyes wide open. This was truly a purple fire spirit in terms of holy pill realm. It was a priceless treasure, especially for old apothecary. It could definitely make a rich alchemist throw their money away in exchange for it. A ball of purple-colored flames slowly condensed into form within Shen Xiang's palm as it violently jumped. It was S-H-I plus Ning with an extremely dazzling purple light, and under the darkness of the night, it was as if a bright purple star was spewing out light. Yan Xilin and Yunju now understood why Xinxiang had said that he could make this corpse valuable. They looked similar, but what kind of benefits killing a person with a fire soul would have? If this ability was known to some powers, they would probably think of ways to make Xinxiang work for them. If Fire Temple knew, then Fire Temple would definitely do whatever it took to eliminate Xinxiang. Thus, they understood why Xinxiang cautiously allowed them to keep their secret. For Xinxiang to reveal such an important secret in front of them meant that he absolutely trusted them. This also meant that Xinxiang treated them as friends who could entrust their lives to each other. Not long after, the purple fire spirit in Xinxiang's hand became extremely large, like a watermelon, flickering with bursts of intense purple light. Completed, I didn't expect it to be so fast. Xinxiang sealed the body again, because there was still a lot of energy inside, allowing him to absorb it in the future. Sister Yunju, are you ready? Xinxiang smiled slightly. Yunju's eyes flickered with an excited Qiubua. She looked at Xinxiang with extreme grat. One, tooted and nodded. Holding the purple fire spirit, Xinxiang pressed it into Yunju's abdomen. Yunju's face instantly revealed a pained look, and her clothes were also instantly burned away, revealing her snow-white body covered in faint purple flames. Xinxiang's eyes started to flicker as he watched. Sister Xilin, hurry and bring her to a quiet place. She purposely costed her money to complete the fusion. Xinxiang anxiously shouted, Sister Yunju, hurry up and eat that fruit flesh I gave you. Yan Xilin flew over, embraced Yunju tightly and flew in one direction, while Yunju endured the pain of eating the earthly fruit. Not long after, Xinxiang saw a purple light flash, H-I plussing, and appeared at a place in the valley far away. From time to time he heard weak howls of wolves, and in order to not disturb Bai Xing and the sacred dance school, Yan Xilin set up a barrier around herself, isolating herself from Yunju's howls and purple light. Xinxiang laughed. It's a success. From now on, those fellows from Fire Temple are my best prey, haha. Great. This group of fellows, relying on their solid foundation in the heaven realm, can do whatever they want in the mortal realm, rob fire soul and high-grade fire attribute medicinal ores everywhere. Su Meiyao said with extreme hatred, You better return to the Vatican and join forces with your junior nephew and the others to annihilate the Fire Temple. Otherwise, you will be stabbed in the back when the great war between 3 realms starts. We'll talk about it when the time comes. I won't let the Fire Temple in the mortal Kung Fu realm get away with it. A flash of ruthlessness flashed across Xinxiang's eyes. It was precisely because Elder Dan was persecuted by Fire Temple that caused him to come here, and he knew that in other worlds there were many people who had been pulled out of the Fire Soul by Fire Temple and then killed. Yan Xilin flew back and revealed a sincere and grateful smile. Yunju is much stronger than I thought. Thank you for giving her such a good gift. There's no need to be so polite. Just don't object to me chasing after her. Xinxiang laughed sinisterly. Sister Yunju's pure temperament and gentle and quiet personality is truly an ideal wife. It's just that she is a mortal beast. Yan Xilin saw that Xinxiang was all smiles. He lightly bit his lips, stomped his foot, and said, You imp, what else do you want? Xinxiang looked at Bai Xing, then looked at Yan Xilin and praised, If you 3 sisters go out walking frequently, it's really a disaster. Why don't I take you all in and take the law of heaven's justice? D-A-M-N-U. Yan Xilan laughed and used the jade to point at Chen Xiang's forehead. After Chen Xiang arrived at Purple Flower Mountain, Yun Zhu had to admit that Chen Xiang was indeed an extremely powerful person, with a mysterious veil covering his entire body, making people feel as if he had come from an extremely powerful and mysterious world. If Chen Xiang had not personally admitted it, Yan Xilan would not have believed that Chen Xiang had come from the mortal realm. After Chen Xiang arrived at Purple Flower Mountain, Yun Zhu had to admit that Chen Xiang was indeed an extremely powerful person, with a mysterious veil covering his entire body, making people feel as if he had come from an extremely powerful and mysterious world. If Chen Xiang had not personally admitted it, Yan Xilan would not have believed that Chen Xiang had come from the mortal realm. Bai Xing's body was surrounded by pure white light and floated above the awakening formation. Her curved eyelashes trembled and opened her beautiful eyes slightly. She was still floating above the formation, and the stars in the sky seemed to be much brighter than usual. Her pair of peaceful, beautiful eyes were looking at the twinkling stars. For a Bane like you, I will take as many as I can get. I'm not afraid of bringing trouble upon myself. Chun Xiang laughed as she walked to Bai Xing's side, but Yan Xilan rolled his eyes at her. Although she knew that Chen Xiang and Du Yanyao were disguised as husband and wife, how could she not see through Du Yanyao's intentions? Thank you, young Master Shen. Bai Xing smiled gently, looking at Chen Xiang with extreme gratitude. Since she was young, she had always been self-reproachful. She had killed many people, and even killed her benefactors who had taken her in. Now that she knew it was just a coincidence, it had nothing to do with her. She was even more worried about dragging Yan Xilan and Yun Zhu down. No need to thank me, because I still need you to help me out a lot. Chun Xiang smiled at her. How are you feeling now? Do you want to return to the vast S.P.A.C. in the future? Bai Xing looked at Yan Xilan and revealed a warm smile. There's no need. Although that should be my place to go, I already have a home here. This moved Yan Xilan a little. Chun Xiang looked at Yan Xilan and Bai Xing. He had a premonition that this Zilan Mountain Valley's three sisters would definitely make a name for themselves in the future. It was daybreak, and Bai Xing was jumping about in the valley, chasing after Bu-T turflies. From time to time, he would even turn into a very small and cute little white tiger, playing with Chen Xiang, making him wish he could carry her and bring her back to mortal realm. Yun Zhu was still fusing with the purple fire soul. Although a barrier had been set up over there, the purple fire would still appear from time to time. Yun Zhu had eaten the earthly fruit, and it would take a while to digest the energy that the earthly fruit brought her. 3 days had passed, and Yan Xilan had returned from the outside with some news. At that time, the chaos fire will be placed on top of it, and there will be people who will set up some formations in the plaza, saying that it is used to communicate with the GODS, but I have asked some friends who know how to set up a formation, and said that the formation is a type of trap used to trap people, and that even the stronger immortals in Sacred Dan Realm would find it difficult to come out of the formation after falling into it. Yan Xilan said, "This is undoubtedly a trap set up for you. I don't know what other benefits Chaotic Mountain has given the other powers, to be able to get many large powers to help them. When they were setting up the formation array, I saw other famous formation masters from other forces." Chen Xiang said with a grave expression on his face, "Looks like it has always been difficult for Chaotic Mountain to collect all 7 chaos fire. But right now, I already have 4, so they will definitely be tempted. Sister Zilan, do you think they might be having a vacation?" Chen Xiang carried the cute little white tiger in his arms and gently stroked the soft fur on her body. Yan Xilan shook his head. "No, they will definitely use real power to lure you out. They know that you are not an ordinary person. If the fake power is discovered by you, if you do not appear, then they will have wasted their efforts." Chun Xiang rubbed Bai Xing's little head and laughed. "Big sis Bai Xing, when the time comes, it's all up to you." With a flash of white light, it turned into a slim and graceful beauty, dressed in white, clothes floating in the wind. Bai Xing's beautiful eyes flashed with a mischievous light as she smiled sweetly and said, "I feel that you're the genuine calamity fiend, but I feel that doing this kind of thing with you is really satisfying. Just thinking about it makes me excited." Bai Xing had always been a mischievous woman and would often turn into a kitten to play with Qin Xiang. Although she was very old and strong, she loved to play around. "Bai Xing, how many stars can you make? This has to be grasped well, so as not to harm the innocent." Yan Xilin asked. He glanced at Qin Xiang and spat. "Scoundrel, you have taught my little sister Bai Xing bad. You have to take responsibility." Qin Xiang laughed. "How about I marry her? I will discipline her properly." "Humph." The two girls immediately snorted tenderly. Bai Xing looked at the sky and said, "If I were to use all of the power I have, I should be able to summon a fire lightning star that's 100 times bigger than the heaven's sacred city." Suddenly, a low wolf howl came from the valley. Qin Xiang and the two girls only saw a purple light flash past, and Yunju appeared in front of them, and he was covered in qi. This was the first time Qin Xiang had seen a woman's body, but he did not have any evil thoughts about her. This was because that kind of pure beauty was as if she was emitting waves of holy light and was able to purify any kind of evil energy. "Big sister, second sister, from today onwards, I will become a mortal beast with fire soul." Yunju was very happy. Her face was covered in a pure and sweet smile, but she only realized something when he saw Qin Xiang's straight eyes. With a schwa sound, her face became like a red apple. Yan Xilin's reaction was fast, and he took out a purple robe and wrapped it around Yunju's body. "I didn't see anything." Qin Xiang laughed twice, which made Yunju's face turn even redder, and made him lower his head, not daring to raise it. Seeing this pure beauty being so bashful, Yan Xilin and Bai Xing could not help but spit. "Sister Yunju, I didn't think that you could fuse with it in such a short amount of time, and even digest the energy of the fruit's flesh." Qin Xiang changed the topic and said with an astonished look on his face. However, Yunju was still extremely shy, and her voice was as loud as a mosquito. "It's all thanks to that fruit. My entire body was originally in pain, but after eating it, it would be able to remove all of the pain and increase my speed in fusing with the fire soul." This made Qin Xiang's eyes light up. The earthly fruit being able to have this kind of effect was beyond his expectations. Yunju was able to successfully fuse the fire soul. Qin Xiang was relieved. Yunju was able to successfully fuse the fire soul. Qin Xiang was relieved. "Sisters, I will be going to Heaven's sacred city now. I need to take a good look at the terrain first. At that time, Sister Bai Xing will need you to master the time and summon that star here in time." Qin Xiang cupped his fists and said. Yan Xilin said worriedly, "I'll go with you. If something goes wrong, I can still save you." "No. When the time comes, I will contact Sister Bai Xing and ask her to display her inherent skill and summon the stars down." Qin Xiang gave Bai Xing a jade token, which was used to send messages. Yan Xilin knew that once Qin Xiang left, and they succeeded, they would return to the mortal martial realm. At that time, it would be unknown how long it would be before they could meet again. The three women sent Qin Xiang out of the valley. "Please help me greet Yan Yao." Qin Xiang said, "I will treat her like a sister, don't worry." Yan Xilin's heart was filled with an indescribable melancholy as she stretched out her jade hands to caress Qin Xiang's handsome face. "Be careful," Yan Xilin warned. Qin Xiang nodded his head, but at this time Yunju walked over, stood on his tiptoes, and kissed Qin Xiang on the cheek. "Thank you. You must come back to the valley and play again in the future." Qin Xiang smiled and nodded. "They will definitely come. Take care." Qin Xiang donned a black robe, flew at a fast speed, and disguised herself. Only after Qin Xiang had left and disappeared from their line of sight did the three Yan Xilin sisters return to the Lan Mountain Valley. Qin Xiang's appearance had changed their lives greatly, to the point where she was extremely grateful to Qin Xiang. Within the heaven-sacred city, Qin Xiang was walking around the side of the plaza. Although he could not get close, looking from afar, he could see that there were a lot of people setting up formations, but their methods were extremely secretive, so outsiders would not be able to see them. In order for you to dare to attack, they will definitely not place any experts in the plaza. At that time, we will just need to use the 72 changes in combination with the Heaven Tour method, and will not need to step into the plaza to obtain the Chaos Fire. Long Shui said. Qin Xiang stayed at the tavern that was the closest to the plaza. He had been observing the stage all day, waiting for the day the event would begin. This was the last vote he had in the sacred Dan realm, and he was extremely moved when he thought of how he would not leave any regret behind. In the blink of an eye, a few days had said, and today the entire plaza was filled with people. All of them were dressed extravagantly, with solemn expressions. It's finally here. Qin Xiang anxiously took out a jade token, which was used to communicate with Baixing. Sister Baixing, if you summon the stars, how long will it take for you to land? It was still early in the morning, and the chaotic mountain had announced that the summoning ceremony would be held at noon. In about 10 breaths' time, that fiery star will fall from the sky. I specially selected that star. After being summoned, it will burn up a large amount of fire and electricity and rush to the ground at an extremely fast speed. From the energy contained within the star, if that group of old fellows didn't intervene, they would all die. Baixing said in a serious tone, "If they don't stop us at that time, I'll have the star explode in the sky, in case we destroy the city and harm the innocent." Qin Xiang said, "Amen, at that time, if they really don't stop you, you don't have to be depressed. Even if the stars self-detonate in the sky. This group of old fellows are more afraid of death than me. They will definitely intervene." Although he said that, he could not help but feel shocked in his heart. This Baixing's inherent skill was really too terrifying. Summoning stars can only be done once every 500 years or so. If it could be carried out consecutively, White Tiger Race would be the ruler of the entire heaven realm long ago. Long Shui said, could still see Fan Yakin and Lin Shi. Even Yen Xylan had come. If they could not stop the descending star, then everyone here would be done for. It's about to start. When the time comes, everyone will say that Chaotic Mountain summoned that star down, and it won't be me. Qin Xiang felt extremely nervous at this moment. I hope that those old BASTARDS will be able to make their move in time. Many people were looking around to see if Qin Xiang was around. Although Chaotic Mountain said that he was summoning the GODS with his Chaos Fire, everyone could tell that it was a trap set up for Qin Xiang. If Qin Xiang was able to win, then Chaotic Mountain would be utterly embarrassed, said, and would have lost the last Chaos Fire in their hands. It's starting. Qin Xiang's heart tightened, seeing a white-haired old man wearing a gray robe flying up to the stage. He took out 3 Chaos Fire and inserted them into a wooden board. Then he jumped down and stood in the middle of the crowd. Qin Xiang's mind stirred, and he released his Fa Li. He wanted to do the same thing as last time when he stole the Jade Dragon Flower, to use a deceptive trick and create an illusion above the stage and inside the illusion. Long Shui would form a big hand to catch the 3 Chaos Fire and bring it back. In order to prevent himself from being caught when the time comes, Qin Xiang would make Baixing summon that star down, and then perform an ability to steal together with Long Shui. Qin Xiang's soul was now much stronger, and his mana was even more powerful. He was able to instantly cast that deceptive spell, so he did not need too much time. Sister Baixing, let's begin. Qin Xiang held onto the jade tablet and sent a message to Baixing. At the same time, he and Long Shui released their mana, allowing the mana to come up to the stage. Suddenly, the array formation in the plaza flashed with a gold light, and Qin Xiang, who was in the hotel, appeared on the stage after blacking out. Qin Xiang was extremely shocked. He did not understand why he had to push and pull them over, which caught him off guard, but he still put the 3 Chaos Fire into the storage magic treasure just in time. The Chaos Fire was real, which made him feel a lot more at ease. Seeing Chen Xiang suddenly appear on the stage, Yan Xilen was extremely shocked in his heart because Chen Xiang had said that he would never step into the plaza later on. Standing around the plaza, the spectators were all stirred up because Chen Xiang had really come and took away the Chaos Fire, but it would be impossible to escape now. Chen Xiang, you really have a good method. Although I do not know what kind of power you used to quietly enter the plaza, but you were still sensed by the formation we set up. Then the formation opened, the universe S, H, I, plus feeded, and you were brought in through the S, P, A, C. The gray-robed elder laughed out loud. Hand over the Chaos Fire in your hands. I guarantee that Chaotic Mountain will not pursue this matter any further. At this moment, the faces of all the experts at the edges of the plaza changed greatly. They raised their heads to look at the sky, only to see a huge rock that was burning with flames and flash. H.I. plussing with lightning descending from the sky. Quick, everyone. Otherwise, we will all die. The entire 18th level will be destroyed. Du Hai bellowed, his eyes turning red. He anxiously jumped up. All of the experts jumped up as fast as they could to gather their strength. They were prepared to catch that giant star and then move on to other places. If they exploded right here, then the entire city would definitely be smashed to smithereens. C667. C667 Yan Xilen glanced at Qin Xiang. She quickly flew up as well. Primordius, hurry up. This boy is trapped in the array formation and can't get out. An old man shouted. The person called Yuan was the gray-robed elder. He suddenly saw Qin Xiang take out a disc-like thing, and it was still frantically absorbing the energy from Qin Xiang's body. Qin Xiang had already succeeded. What he needed to do now was to open a dimensional door and return to the mortal martial realm. After Qin Xiang stepped into the 100 refining realm, it became denser, enough for him to return to the mortal martial realm. A spatial door appeared. When Primordius saw it, he shouted, Qin Xiang, go and die! After the many experts who were flying in the sky heard this, they immediately turned their heads, only to see Primordius waving his palm, causing a gray chi to shoot towards Qin Xiang, and Qin Xiang, who was about to enter the dimensional door, was struck by the chi, becoming a blood mist. The dimensional door also closed at this moment. In that moment, Yan Xilen's mind went blank. Looking at the blood mist floating above the stage, she felt her heart throbbing in pain, causing her to almost fall down. Everyone who saw this scene was extremely shocked, although Qin Xiang was a weak person. But the things he did were so shocking that they did not expect him to die just like that. Du Hai let out a long sigh, feeling extremely regretful. He continued to fly up in the air, and after the many experts were shocked, they also continued to stop the star from falling down. Yan Xilen resisted the pain in her heart and glared at Primordius angrily. She clenched her jade fists, and with tears in her eyes, she flew towards the star in the sky. Within the mortal martial realm, Chen Xiang appeared within a forest. This was the Chen martial continent, a forest very close to the super martial school. So Chen Xiang looked at his broken legs and scolded with a smile. Old B, A-S-T-A-R-D, I won in the end, haha. Qin Xiang was just a little slower. Both of his legs were blown into B, L. Oh, D-Y missed, but had quickly grown up. Seeing blood, flesh, and bones constantly growing on his thighs, Qin Xiang exclaimed, Is this the power of the Jade Dragon's regeneration? He really is powerful. Looks like you already have a Jade Dragon blood. You don't have any strength at all right now, and you can grow it quickly. Only the Jade Dragon blood can do that. Long Shuai smiled tenderly. We have finally returned to this place, and I don't know how much time has passed, said. Qin Xiang used all of his strength to open the dimensional door and return to the mortal martial realm. Although he was currently powerless, he felt incredibly relaxed, and he had finally returned to the land of his birth. There weren't many old fellows here who were strong enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. Those old fellows from the sacred Dan realm should think that you are already dead. Bai Yu said, and both she and Su Meiyao broke out in a cold sweat. It's for the best. I hope these old fellows can live a little longer. I will definitely look for them. Qin Xiang looked at his recovered legs and praised. He used all his strength to stand up and walk a few steps. It's no different from my original legs. It's hard to imagine that my body can recover to its original state even with such a strong body. Qin Xiang patted his bare thighs and released waves of disgusting laughter, scaring the birds and beasts to the point that they flew around. After consuming all the pills, Qin Xiang quickly recovered a lot of innate qis. He donned a pair of pants and flew around the forest. He was already very familiar with the place. If it was to use medicine to recover a damaged body, not only would it not be as strong as it was before, it would also be very uncomfortable. But now, I feel that my legs have never been broken before. Qin Xiang now understood why the other imperial dragon were fighting over the jade dragon blood like they were their treasures, and also understood why so many female dragons threw themselves into their arms. The dragon's body was very strong. If it was injured, it would take a very long time to recover. But if there were jade dragon blood it could quickly recover. As soon as Qin Xiang entered the super martial profound realm, he was very surprised because he saw a very young bald man. The smile on the baldy's face was very gentle, looking like he was harmless. Qin Xiang would never forget this smile because this was Wu Keiming's signature smile. Little baldy, haha. Are you old again? What's going on? Qin Xiang slapped Wu Keiming's S.H.I. plus Nurik's skull until it cracked loudly, causing many elders and true disciples to break out in cold sweat. In all of Super Martial School, probably only a monster like Qin Xiang would dare to hit Wu Keiming on the head like that. And while patting him, he laughed out loud. If it were anyone else, they would have died a long time ago. Congratulations, you have successfully said the 8th level of Nirvana Tribulation. You are only one step away from advancing to Heaven Realm. Qin Xiang laughed, touching that bright bald head. Wu Keiming laughed bitterly. Junior Martial Uncle, you're the same as that madman. You always have to tease me like this when you see my bald head. Qin Xiang brought Wu Keiming back to the Super Dan Imperial College. After entering, he did not see the Elder Dan nor Wu Qianqian, and could not help but sigh in his heart. This is all thanks to the martial arts the old madman said on to me, allowing me to have such a youthful appearance. However, this caused me to pay a lot of cost, and I was almost crushed to death by that old madman. Wu Keiming recalled the events of the past and sighed. Qin Xiang found out from Wu Keiming that it had only been a little more than a month since Mortal Martial Realm, and it was now the time for Devil Subduing College to hold the Demon Subduing Martial Arts Tournament, inviting many experts from Nirvana Stage to exchange pointers with their martial skills. This son of D is a very powerful person, and he was always provoking you. However, there was no trace of you. So many people thought that you were afraid and didn't accept his challenge. Wu Keiming sighed with emotion. This D child came down from the Heaven Realm and has quite a bit of status in the Heaven Realm. He brought some bodies and pills that can be used to rope in some powerful old fellows. The Devil Subduing College's influence within the Mortal Martial Realm is growing wider and wider. Qin Xiang was not surprised by this, but he also believed that the D child could not threaten him, not to mention that the D son did not have as many demon-suppressing bodies as he did. His experience in the Sacred Dan realm had made him even more powerful, whether it was in terms of mental state or strength. It was completely different from before. The Anti-Demon Martial Arts Compet. One Tian? Of course, I have to join in the fun. Qin Xiang left immediately. He left the Super Martial School, stepped onto the transmission array and arrived at the continent of the king, and then rushed towards the Devil Subduing College. The conditions offered by the Devil Subduing College were very generous, and with the help of the Anti-Demon Martial Arts, there was no need to spend too much spar. Therefore, many disciples from famous sects in the mortal martial realm had all entered into the academy, and in a short period of time, many cities had been established near the devil-subduing college, becoming very lively. Chun Xiang arrived at a city near the devil-subduing college. When he found out the name of the city, he was very surprised, because its name was Shaoren. Chun Xiang arrived at a city near the devil-subduing college. When he found out the name of the city, he was very surprised, because its name was Shaoren. This made him immediately think of Liao Shaoyan. This enemy who had been with him for many years was someone he had long planned to get rid of as soon as possible once he returned from Sacred Dan Realm. Walking on the streets, Chun Xiang saw many people wearing white robes. On the back of the robes there were 4 words written in red: Xiao Yun Martial Club. Chun Xiang quickly thought of something. He was sure that this Liao Shaoyan must have used some method to get the D child's recognition, otherwise he would not be able to establish his small force here. He was sure that the Xiao Yun Martial Club's master was Liao Shaoyan. After some inquiry, Chun Xiang found out that the Xiao Yun Martial Club was indeed Liao Shaoyun's, and that the city had been renamed because of the Xiao Yun Martial Club here. The reason the city was open for a month was mainly for those who were rich but were not qualified to enter the devil-subduing college. Because the Xiao Yun Martial Club had the support of the D child, many people had signed up to join the dojo to learn martial arts. This allowed Liao Shaoyan to obtain a very substantial amount of income. This Delay son of his can no longer sit still. He actually popped out to display his strength, and because of his high status and talent, a group of people chased after him. This is not strange at all. This guy is from the heaven realm after all, so he must have brought a lot of good stuff, from above to rope and some strong warriors. Su Meiyao said. Chun Xiang now disguised himself and went into the city. When he first killed Dongfang Yao of the Eastern Lai Hall in the devil-subduing college, although no one saw him do it, they all suspected him. After that, not only was he expelled from the devil-subduing college, he was also wanted by 100 million spar. Amongst the 4 great temples of the devil-subduing college, Dongfang Yao of the Eastern Lai Hall had a very ill trious history, but he was still slaughtered. As for Hua Qiuxia of the Southern Fragrance 100 Flowers Hall, he had initially attacked Chun Xiang when he was in the Fragrance City, but was caught red-handed by Hua Xiangyue and was imprisoned in the death prison of the Dan Fragrance Pure Land. The 2 hall masters had both gone missing because of Chun Xiang, so how could the D child not know? Therefore, facing the D child's challenge, it made sense for Chun Xiang to disappear in the eyes of many people. After all, the D child was from Heaven Realm. Using common sense, no matter how strong Chun Xiang was, he would definitely not be able to kill the people from the sky. But many people did not know that Chun Xiang had actually killed the people from the sky before, and it was even in Nirvana stage. Chun Xiang arrived at a hotel near the Xiao Yun Martial Club and sat there watching Liao Shaoyan walk out of the door. Liao Shaoyan was still as young as he was in the past, his strength was still at the peak of the 100 refining realm, and his complexion was pretty good. I pulled out the Thunder Soul, and he recovered his strength so quickly. Chun Xiang muttered. What surprised Chun Xiang was that Liao Shaoyan was actually standing at the door, looking at a crack on the ground, and he said with a cold smile, Chun Xiang's swine friend is the same as him, a fellow who doesn't know the limits of heaven and earth. He actually dared to provoke our Xiao Yun Martial Club. When Chun Xiang heard this, the wine cup in his hand shattered with a kacha sound. He was extremely furious in his heart, because he knew who the person with one of his arms was. At this time, he saw a man dressed in beautiful golden clothes suddenly appear from inside the door and entered into an extremely luxurious carriage. The carriage was pulled by 4 flying horses, and they flew away from Xiaoyan City in the blink of an eye. Is that guy the son of God? He really has a big frame. I couldn't even see his face. Suddenly, Chun Xiang saw a black-skinned, handsome man standing on the street. He had a face filled with killing intent as he walked towards Xiao Yun Martial Club. Good heavens! I worked so hard to enter the 100 refining realm. This brat actually belongs to it too. Chun Xiang anxiously walked out and appeared in front of Yun Xiaodao. Yun Xiaodao saw an old man blocking his way, but just as he was about to throw his tantrum, he saw Chun Xiang's extremely familiar pair of eyes. He immediately recognized that this person was Chun Xiang, who had disguised himself. Big brother. Yun Xiaodao was extremely excited, while Chun Xiang also grabbed onto his arm. Long time no see. Looks like a lad has trained you guys pretty well. Yun Xiaodao was extremely excited in his heart, but his face was still filled with killing intent. Elder brother Shen, it's good that you came. To avenge this dead pig of Zhu Rong. He's now unconscious and heavily injured, and he doesn't have a single arm left. I will. Let's go wake old Zhu up first. Chun Xiang's expression was gloomy. Traces of overflowing killing intent flickered in his eyes. Even if he has the God child as his backer, I will definitely exterminate him. You are too reckless. The people in Xiao Yun Martial Club are not weak. Yun Xiaodao sighed helplessly. Even if I had to risk my life, I would still kill that bastard. He actually stopped us from registering for the demon subduing martial arts compet. Tian, and even slandered us for stealing from the students of the devil subduing college. Let's go! I guarantee that this Xiao Yun Martial Club will disappear before the demon subduing martial arts compet. Tian begins. Chun Xiang turned his head and looked at the luxurious mansion. Zhu Rong was in a coma and suffered heavy injuries, but he managed to stabilize himself. It seemed like he had consumed a better pill, but he needed time to recuperate. Where's everyone else in a lad? How can he let old Zhu be bullied by others? Chun Xiang took out a pill and placed it in Zhu Rong's mouth. Chun Xiang suddenly sensed an ice-cold innate qi. He turned his head to look, only to see 15 Weilong staring at him with narrowed eyes, causing him to jump in fright. Blinded dragon, not bad. Chun Xiang smiled and patted his shoulder. His strength was actually 100 refining realm. W.A. And Ji Shengren wanted to S. H.I. plus ELD Liao Xiaoyun. And this is a matter of the younger generation. Leader went to look for the old fogey in Devil Subduing College, and those old fogies also wanted to represent Liao Xiaoyun in apologizing, so we just left it at that. XV Weilong said coldly. W.A.N. Ji Xingren was that G.O.D. child's name, but in Xiao Yun Martial Club and Devil Subduing College, they both had to address him as G.O.D. child. Chun Xiang rubbed his fist. What's with the apologies? Devil Subduing College used 100 million spar to arrest me, and when I disappeared, there must have been many people looking for me. Hearing this, the blood of Yun Xiaodao and 15 Weilong burned fiercely, excitement written all over their faces. They knew that if Chun Xiang was here, then this would definitely be the outcome for Xiao Yun Martial Club. Master, why didn't you tell me not to do this kind of thing? A voice appeared, startling Chun Xiang and the other two. A 15 or 16-year-old, white, tender, and handsome, bald youth appeared at the door. Xiao Chou? Chun Xiang laughed loudly. He flew over, raised his hand, and fiercely slapped his S.H.I. plus Ning bald head. You brat, why have you grown so much? Chun Xiang remembered that when Xiao Chou left him, he was only a child, but he was now a teenager. The fact that the great strength race was growing very slowly, and that he had a young appearance now, meant that he had lived for a very long time, and that was something that could only be done within the time formation. Master, you don't have to worry. Although I am much stronger than you now, but you are still my master, because without your teachings, I would not have had the chance to comprehend the legacies of my ancestors. Su Yun said calmly. Xiao Chou said very seriously. Yun Xiaodao and XV Weilong saw Xiao Chou saying these words. He had thought that under Gu Dongqin's nurturing, his progress had been extremely fast. However, with just a few words from Xiao Chou, he seemed to have the power to instantly kill Chun Xiang. Yun Xiaodao and XV Weilong saw Xiao Cho saying these words. He had thought that under Gu Dongqin's nurturing, his progress had been extremely fast. However, with just a few words from Xiao Cho, he seemed to have the power to instantly kill Qin Xiang. And what about Qin Xiang's strength? Yun Xiaodao, XV Weilong, and Xiao Cho could not tell, but from the information that they obtained from Qin Xiang's previous disappearance, it could be the soul martial realm. Qin Xiang slapped Xiao Cho's bald head again. Brat, you still deserve to be taught a lesson, huh? From the looks of it, you seem to be unrivaled in the world. This isn't good. Xiao Cho smiled, smiling extremely confidently. At this time, he no longer had the attitude of looking down on everyone else. Master, what I said was the truth. My great strength race's inheritance is already very extraordinary. I have now reached the peak of the 100 refining realm, and after I comprehended the legacy of the great strength race, I received a lot of power of giving, allowing me to sense the martial spirits, strengthen my martial spirits, strengthen my body, from the spirit martial realm to the soul martial realm. All of these went unobstructed. In one breath's time, I reached my current stage. Peak of 100 refining realm. Yun Xiaodao and XV Weilong were both extremely shocked, and had even went up in one go. But Qin Xiang just smiled playfully. He did not care about it all, but in his heart he was secretly thankful for his foresight. Fortunately, he had gained a lot from Sacred Dan Realm, otherwise he would really be killed by his own disciple. Pa pa pa! Qin Xiang fiercely slapped Xiao Chao's H.I. plus New York skull a few times. Brat, you're still too arrogant. Don't think that you're the only one who's leveling up. The others have not gotten any enhancements yet. Master, are you faster than me? It's only been a short while. I remember that when I parted with you back then, you had only just stepped into the extreme realm. I admit that I was able to improve so quickly due to a fortuitous encounter. But don't worry, Master, with your talent, you'll still have a chance to Serpa. Me in the future. I'm still your disciple. Before he finished speaking, Qin Xiang suddenly struck out with his palm, but because the speed was too fast, no one saw him make a move, but with a loud explosion, Xiao Chao's entire person disappeared. After Xiao Cho was sent flying by Qin Xiang, his body instantly penetrated through many houses and smashed out a large hole in many houses and walls. This brat, if I don't teach him a lesson, I really won't know how powerful I am. Qin Xiang smiled faintly. Yun Xiaodao and XV Weilong didn't seem to be too surprised, because it was considered normal in their eyes, and they only sighed in their hearts. Zhu Rong woke up. After he had eaten Qin Xiang's medicinal pellet, his arm slowly grew back. This pellet was a pellet of top-grade ground level. Even Nirvana stage could quickly recover after eating it, let alone Zhu Rong. It was just that Qin Xiang did not tell him the name of this expensive medicinal pellet. Younger brother Shin, I purposely got injured because I wanted you to appear. I knew you would come. Zhu Rong's complexion looked much better, but after seeing Qin Xiang, he laughed out loud. Actually, it's already not bad that I was able to stay under Liao Xiaoyun's lead for a few moves. I'll leave this guy to you guys. Xiao Cho returned. His entire body was covered in soil and ashes. He saw that Qin Xiang was no longer bragging. He had been tensed up just now, on the alert that Qin Xiang would suddenly come to test him. Yet he was still sent flying by Qin Xiang's palm. Furthermore, he did not even use the slightest bit of innate qi. Old Zhu, you should be able to walk now, right? Qin Xiang asked. Zhu Rong immediately jumped up from the bed and asked with a smile, "Just what kind of pill is this? It took me so long to completely recover." Of course, Qin Xiang would not tell him that it was a relived Dan. He only smiled and said, "Hell Ganoderma, I have something for you to do." When Xiao Cho, XV Weilong, Yun Xiaodao, and the other two saw Qin Xiang's words, they knew that Qin Xiang had a plan to deal with that Liao Xiaoyun. "Just say it." Zhu Rong said, "This is the 9 quenching body Dan. Think of a way to spread the bounty order. Just say you can obtain this 9 quenching body Dan after taking Liao Xiaoyun's head. Chun Xiang took out a pellet. This kind of pellet, in his eyes, was no different from a pea. However, in the eyes of Zhu Rong and the rest, it was indeed a treasure. They felt that using pills to place a bounty on Liao Xiaoyun was not worth it. Chun Xiang laughed. Relax with how smart Liao Xiaoyun is. He will definitely not be caught. As he spoke, he took out another pill. This is the Relive Dan. Smelling the medicinal fragrance, when they heard the 3 words Relive Dan, Zhu Rong and the other 3 were immediately dumbstruck. The Relive Dan, an expensive pellet of upper-grade ground level, actually existed for Chun Xiang to have this kind of thing. Xiao Cho now understood why Chun Xiang was stronger than him, because Chun Xiang was still an alchemist. Don't try to steal it. This is for the D's head. I want to see how they can still act so arrogantly. Chun Xiang Pa S, said the 2 pellets to Zhu Rong. If you want to return to the Super Martial School and release this news there, you will need to invite some old geezers from the medicine world to appraise this. You also need to find some other reputable powers to support your bounty. Yun Xiaodao and the others could not believe that Chun Xiang actually gave these 2 precious pellets to Zhu Rong so easily to issue a bounty. These are 10 Chunyuan gold Dan. Tell them this is their reward, so they can spread the news of this within the shortest amount of time possible to the entire mortal martial realm. Chun Xiang was an alchemist, so naturally the thing he lacked the most was pellets. As of now, Yun Xiaodao and the others could already completely feel the outcome of offending an alchemist. Relax, I have a lot of these things, but you all must prepare spar to buy for me. Although you are my friends, I cannot give them to you all for nothing. Chun Xiang chuckled. You guys should know that not everyone has the chance to be slaughtered by me. Yun Xiaodao laughed out loud. To be able to buy this pill, no matter how many cuts we get killed, we would be willing to do so. It seems like we have to find some time to get these spar S. Through the transmission array in the city, Zhu Rong was sent to the great transmission array of the City of the King, and then he was sent back to the Super Martial School. In just half a day's time, Yun Xiaodao had received news of the bounty. The entire mortal martial realm was alarmed because this was an extremely large bounty, and it had to be known that the Relive Dan was far more enticing than the spar, especially to those old fellows from the Nirvana stage. Even if they were 9 quenching body Dan S, there were many hundred refining realm S and warriors who were interested in them. This is troublesome. I found out that it was old Zhu who gave them rewards. Luckily, he is currently in Super Martial School. Yun Xiaodao laughed. Old Zhu was injured by Liao Xiaoyun, so it is normal for him to do such a thing. It is just that many people are curious to know who gave him the pill. Xiao Cho rubbed his bald head and laughed. Many people should have guessed that this master gave it to him. Oh, right, master. When are you planning to destroy Xiao Yun Martial Club? Chun Xiang did not say anything. He was using the Heaven Tour method, letting his own consciousness wander on top of the Xiao Yun Martial Club. He could clearly hear and see the things there. C670 as Chun Xiang's divine soul grew. When he used the Heaven Tour, he could also let his consciousness travel a little further. However, compared to Long Shui, it was still much worse, and he still spent a lot of the magic power. He looked down at the entire Xiaoyun martial arts school, and very quickly saw Liao Xiaoyun's gloomy face, full of confidence as he returned to the dojo. Pass! S down the order. Once you see Yun Xiaodao and the others, you must capture them. Moreover, you must not allow anyone else to enter. Liao Xiaoyun was currently FLU, S, teared and exasperated. He never thought that there would actually be someone who would use such an expensive medicinal pellet to offer him rewards. And he didn't have the same concealed skill as Chun Xiang, so he was naturally afraid. Chun Xiang regained his senses and said, Liao Xiaoyun should be back in God Child W. And Ji Xingren probably doesn't dare to leave now. He must be very angry right now. He is a dignified God child, but unexpectedly, someone used a broken pellet to place a bounty on his head. He did not expect to have such a day. What dogs? HI plus TG. Oh, D son of AB, ITCH. Even if he is destined to become AG, oh, D in the future, he is just a fart without strength right now. Xiao Cho laughed. Chun Xiang looked at the sky. The sky was filled with thick clouds, and it was already dusk. With such a thick layer of clouds, it will definitely be very dark tonight. It's a dark, windy night, a night to kill. Chun Xiang said, let's start tonight. There were no Nirvana stage in Xiaoyun's dojo, so Long Shui was certain of this point, and although there were only 4 people on Chun Xiang's side, they were all experts, especially this great strength race who had received a fortuitous encounter and had his bloodline awaken. Even Chun Xiang felt that it would take a lot of effort to defeat his disciple. Elder brother Shin, that means you're not going to partic. 1. P. 8 in the Annihilate Devil Martial Compet. 1. Tian anymore? Yun Xiaodao asked. Why do you ask? I will definitely attend it. Chun Xiang laughed. You killed Liao Xiaoyan. They will definitely not let you sign up. Yun Xiaodao said, when the time comes, we won't be able to register. Xiao Cho said, if you don't want to, then don't want to go. Yun Xiaodao said, then the Annihilate Devil Martial Compet. Tian's reward is a small white dragon blood dan. It's said that W.A.N. Ji Shengren took it out himself, and it's now in the custody of the Prink. 1. P. Al in charge of the martial arts tournament. The white dragon blood dan caused Chun Xiang to be secretly shocked. He anxiously said, Chun Xiang, this white dragon blood dan can be used to help the white-haired beauty awaken the white dragon vein in her body. Previously, Dongfang Yao had said that the G.O.D. child had a way to allow Leng Yulan to awaken his white dragon vein. In order for Leng Yulan to gain immense power, Chun Xiang had to get hold of the white dragon blood dan. Can't you get this thing out? Chun Xiang asked Long Shui, what exactly is this thing? To ordinary people, the greatest use is to strengthen the physical body, but it is only useful for people with weaker physical bodies. Usually, the white dragon blood dan would be used for humans with white dragon vein to consume. So for those kind of people, the greatest use is awakening of their bloodline. Understood? Furthermore, you must have the strength of an immortal to have a dragon that has been born. I cannot do that. Long Shui said. XB Weilong said, as long as we can register, we can partic. 1. P. 8 once we pass the examination. W.A.N. Ji Shengren had always wanted to challenge Chun Xiang, so they would definitely not stop him from registering. Chun Xiang nodded his head. That's right, if I am stopped, I will disguise myself and use a different name. This white dragon blood dan must be very valuable to W.A.N. Ji Shengren. I will not take it. When the time comes, W.A.N. Ji Shengren will also partic. 1. P8. He was confident that he could get first place, which was why he was willing to take out the white dragon blood dan as a reward. There's a good show to see now. Yun Xiaodao laughed. At night, Chun Xiang, Yun Xiaodao, Zhu Rong, and Xiao Cho were walking on the main street. At this time, Xiaoyan City was still bustling with activity, and shouts could be heard from Xiaoyan Martial Arts School, accompanied with the shockwave from the compet. 1. Tian. Liao Xiaoyan is gone. He's not inside. Long Shui suddenly said, could he be hiding somewhere? Chun Xiang did not expect Liao Xiaoyan, who had just returned, to suddenly leave. Whatever. Tonight, I must destroy this Xiaoyan dojo. Chun Xiang was still aggressively walking on the street, and anyone who saw him would know that he did not come with good intentions, and that he was heading towards the Xiaoyan dojo. When the matter of Liao Xiaoyan getting bounty had just occurred, there were people attacking him at night, which was very normal, but inside the city, most of the partic. 1. P. Ants were those who had come to partic. 1. P. 8 in the Annihilate Devil Martial Compet. 1. Tian. They recognized Yin Xiaodao and XV Weilong, but neither Xiao Cho, who was disguised, nor Xiao Cho recognized them. Chun Xiang and the rest were followed by a group of people who came to watch the show, which suited Chun Xiang's intentions. At the entrance of Xiaoyun's dojo, Qin Xiang and the others were stopped by two muscular men. "What are you doing? If you want to take the position of the owner, get the H-E-L out of here." With that, Xiao Chou threw a punch towards the tightly shut door. The power of the punch was like thunder, spitting out a burst of golden light. Striking the air, it created a wave of chi undulations and shock waves, and struck the two robust men's bodies, causing the door to immediately shatter, and the two of them flew into the dojo, their huge bodies SMAs. H.I. plussing through many buildings. This caused everyone to be shocked, because this youth's attack was not ordinary. A simple punch actually had such a strong power. "Let's go." Qin Xiang shouted coldly. A sound wave rippled out from his mouth and transformed into a dragon's roar, like a raging dragon. It stirred up a powerful energy storm. The green ripples that could be seen with the naked eye extended forward mightily. When the luxuriously decorated door touched the sonic wave, it was instantly ripped into pieces. Those who rushed out from the sound wave were all shaken as their blood surged, and they vomited blood while shouting. This move not only shocked those who came to watch the show, but also Yun Xiaodao and the others. The dragon roar was a sound wave martial art from the D level, and Qin Xiang had used 3 levels of power to seek death, causing such strong damage. If he used his power, then those people would have been shocked senseless, and even the people around him would be affected. Qin Xiang walked in front and stepped on the broken pieces, using an extremely violent method to enter Xiaoyun's dojo. "You all, what are you guys doing here?" A middle-aged man rushed out with a group of people. Seeing the broken-down area and the many experts of his dojo lying on the ground, he felt the ferocious aura from Qin Xiang and the others, which made him shocked. "We are here to cause trouble. Didn't Liao Xiaoyun say that before? Whoever has the ability can come and destroy his Xiaoyun dojo at any time." Yun Xiaodao laughed loudly. "Where is this idiot hiding? He would be very sorry if he couldn't see his dojo destroyed." Xiao Chou curled his lips and said, "Since we are here to smash the building, then let's not be so long-winded. Let me prove it. We are indeed here to smash the building." The great strength race had always been a warlike person. His entire body was filled with violence and blood. Now that he had the chance, Xiao Chou was extremely excited, his blood boiling. He rushed in, and in that instant a house collapsed and turned into ruins. In the pitch-black night sky, the Xiaoyun Martial Clubs, who were like palaces, were collapsing one house after another. Yun Xiaodao, Xiao Chou, and XV Weilong had wreaked havoc in this place, but no one dared to stop them. In the pitch-black night sky, the Xiaoyun Martial Clubs, who were like palaces, were collapsing one house after another. Yun Xiaodao, Xiao Chou, and XV Weilong had wreaked havoc in this place, but no one dared to stop them. Seeing how cruel Qin Xiang and the rest were, they naturally knew that these 4 people had steeled their hearts to smash Xiaoyun Martial Club to the ground. This showed that they were not afraid of Liao Xiaoyun and the D children at all, and if they went to stop them now, they might be killed. Although Liao Xiaoyun was not here, it was still not bad to smash his dojo. "All of you stop right now. Do you think you have a long life?" A thunderous shout rang out, startling everyone. There were many people gathered outside the Xiaoyun Martial Club. There were people from both the city and the Xiaoyun Martial Club, but most of them knew who the voice belonged to. It was the city lord here, named Kaiyu. "Xiaodao, who is this guy?" Qin Xiang asked, while Yun Xiaodao and the others also stopped beating them up, gathering together. They were worried that the Devil Subduing College would send out a few old fellows, so their attack speed was extremely fast. In the entire Xiaoyun Martial Club, most of them had already been turned into ruins, and there were even hundreds of injured people, all of whom were invited by the Xiaoyun Martial Club. "This guy is called Kaiyu. He's from City Lord. It said that he's from there. He's at the peak of 100 Refining Realm, and he's already 1,000 years old this year. Although he's a hopeless B.A.S., who relies on elixirs to increase his lifespan. He's not weak at all. Yun Xiaodao said, 100 refining realm warrior who could live for more than 1,000 years would definitely not be weak. But Chen Xiang was not afraid at all. Master, let me do it. Xiao Cho stepped forward and stood in front of Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang nodded. Be careful. Long Shuai was monitoring the surroundings' movements. Once a powerful old fellow appeared, he would immediately inform Chen Xiang and the others to escape, in case they were caught by the Nirvana stage. Kai Yu had the appearance of a middle-aged man, but his hair was already somewhat white. He was tall and stu. Dy with eyes filled with anger, because he saw that the people who came to his territory to behave atrociously were 4 young brats, especially Yun Xiaodao and XV Weilong. Liao Xiaoyan had once instructed him to pay attention to these 2 people. Liao Xiaoyan's lackey, oh no, it should be the G. Oh, D child's lackey, how many shameful things did you all do for W, A, and G Shengren? I heard that W, A, and G Shengren, this divine rod, has some special hobbies. Before Yun Xiaodao could finish a sentence, Kaiyu shouted, You are publicly insulting the son of G, O D. You are all doomed. Yun Xiaodao said with a cold laugh. Did someone personally see someone capture a few 15 to 16-year-old youths and bring them into the devil-subduing college's divine hall? When Kaiyu heard this, he shouted angrily, You're slandering me. With that, the big fist struck towards Yun Xiaodao. A gold light flashed. The dense killing intent created a gust of wind, blowing up a large amount of ruins. Your opponent is me. Xiao Cho shouted. His palm became like lightning, his imposing manner swift. Everyone only saw Xiao Cho wave his palm, forming a golden rainbow, and directly struck Kaiyu's huge fist. Pow! With a crisp sound, it gave rise to a burst of airwaves, blowing away the sand. Xiao Cho had only casually struck out with his palm, but he had withstood Kaiyu's furious punch. 1,000-year-old B, A, S, T, A, R, D, if you don't hide in the SH, E, L, L, and wait for death. Stick your head out for others to chop. You're the one who thinks you have a long life. Xiao Cho laughed out loud. Both of his palms were like a storm. The palm technique was berserk, but not chaotic. Kaiyu was caught unprepared by this sudden and exquisite, yet violent palm attack, and could only block it. He was even angrier now because he dreaded others mentioning his age. And not only had Xiao Cho mentioned it, he had also insulted him. Xiao Cho was a born genius of the great strength race, and after his power awakened, he received another fortuitous encounter, which resulted in a series of breakthroughs. His strength was extraordinary, and every palm of his contained the power to split a mountain. Chun Xiang could tell that Xiao Cho's strength was growing stronger and stronger, to the point that every step he took caused the ground to tremble. That kind of power was something he had never seen before. It was different from the power of the innate qi. It was a type of power that seemed to come from the body, but it was not, because it also carried a kind of strange aura. Who the Hell are you? Another palm struck Kaiyu's chest, shattering his internal organs. Humph, remember I am called Xiao Cho. Speak the truth. What kind of heinous matter did that son of G, O, D, W, A, and G Shingren want you dogs to do? Xiao Cho kicked Kaiyu's left shoulder. A powerful force broke both his left shoulder and one of his arms, and blood and bone fragments shot out from his skin. The pain made Kaiyu scream out in pain. Speak. Xiao Cho stomped his foot on Kaiyu's right shoulder. Otherwise, your arm would have been broken as well. The sharp pain from earlier sent ASHI plus were down Kaiyu's spine. He gritted his teeth and said, He told us to capture some virgins in some remote villages. 4. Before he could finish his sentence, a beam of fire shot down from the sky and struck Kaiyu's head. The head then exploded into pieces. D.A.M. Ned Guy, who is it? Xiao Cho looked up and saw Liao Xiaoyan, dressed in white, flying down from the sky slowly. Seeing the handsome man use the same method to kill Caillou just now, everyone started to believe that the G.O.D. child had truly done something evil. If not, Liao Shaoyan would not have silenced him. Liao Shaoyan looked at Xiao Chou and said indifferently, "It's you who smashed my Shaoyan martial club? You are forcing the city lord to admit that you have slandered the son of G.O.D. If you want to slander the reputation of the son of G.O.D., you are going against the devil-subduing college." Liao Shaoyan did not recognize Qin Xiang. He only looked at Xiao Chou coldly, because Xiao Chou gave him a very oppressive feeling. Xiao Chou of the great strength race? Humph, I had wanted to kill you since long ago. Who asked you to be Qin Xiang's disciple? And now you are here to destroy my Shaoyan martial club die. Liao Shaoyun's handsome face, which was like jade, suddenly had veins popping out. Her body suddenly spewed out rays of golden light, making her look like a holy light, causing people to have the urge to kneel down and wars. H.I.+P. her. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly left. Seize the other three, then leave the baldy to me. I'll make him suffer a fate worse than death. Liao Shaoyun's face was sinister, his body releasing holy golden light that was out of place, just like a devil that could use its pure and holy power. And the other three who were enveloped by this light had a different feeling because they felt a very evil aura, and it made them feel as if they were facing an evil G.O.D. who had just walked out of H.L. Little demon of the great strength race, the G.O.D. child must really like you. Liao Shaoyun laughed sinisterly as he struck out with his palm in the air. Liao Shaoyun's hand released a golden light that turned into a hand without flesh, looking extremely frightening. Liao Shaoyun's current martial arts. It shocked Qin Xiang because this kind of martial arts was definitely not owned by the mortal realm, and the evil qi that was shot out was only found in those extremely evil martial arts. The evil arts that he cultivated did not have such evil qi. Liao Shaoyun's current martial arts. It shocked Qin Xiang because this kind of martial arts was definitely not owned by the mortal realm, and the evil qi that was shot out was only found in those extremely evil martial arts. The evil arts that he cultivated did not have such evil qi. Xiao Chou didn't know why, but his eyes glowed red as he stood there in a daze. Qin Xiang was shocked, flying over and smashed the skeletal hand with a paw sound. The sound resounded through the sky like a thunderclap, and a pure supreme yang qi floated amidst the ruins. Xiao Chou, leave this to me. Qin Xiang's voice was heavy. The evil techniques that Liao Shaoyan was currently controlling were definitely not things that Xiao Chou could handle. Xiao Chou had woken up from his stupor when he was exposed to the golden light at a close distance. All the blood in his body had rushed up to his head and caused him to lose consciousness. If not for Qin Xiang, he would have been struck dead. Qin Xiang! Liao Shaoyan shouted with a trembling voice. At this moment, his face was filled with excitement, anger and excitement. Liao Shaoyan originally obtained the Thunder Soul that was even more precious than the Fire Soul. But when he was ambushed by Qin Xiang, the Thunder Soul was absorbed by Qin Xiang, causing his strength to drop greatly. Thinking back to what happened that day, Liao Shaoyan was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He wanted to kill Qin Xiang even in his dreams. Many people had heard of Xiao Chou's great name because he was one of the few great strength races and had once shone brilliantly in the hero tournament, but in the end he was defeated by Qin Xiang and took him as his master. And Qin Xiang's name was something that everyone could hear. Now that he had actually appeared here, the crowd immediately burst out in surprise discussion, and some people even left the Shaoyan martial club far behind. Kind of brutal strength was something that many people here had seen before. After Qin Xiang was wanted, he had disappeared for more than a month. Now that he appeared again, he had done such an Astonies H.I.+ing thing, destroy the Shaoyan martial club and clash with Liao Shaoyan. It had to be known that Liao Shaoyan was like the sun in the sky, a popular person by the G.O.D. sun's side. Against Liao Shaoyan, even if he did not place the G.O.D. sun in his eyes, a few Nirvana stages warriors would not dare to do such a thing. but Qin Xiang would. In everyone's eyes, this was something that was normal for them. "You're the one who wanted me." Liao Shaoyan shouted angrily. The anger in his heart had already ignited his blood to boiling point. Qin Xiang laughed blandly. "I only used a few broken pellets, but I never thought that you and that D-stick would be so scared of me, like a turtle, that they even shrunk their eggs." Everyone groaned and cursed in their hearts. So, how many broken pellets were they supposed to call that? Relive Dan and 9 Quenching Body Dan were all treasures to warriors. They had a price but could not be bought, yet in Qin Xiang's words, they became like broken pellets. I didn't expect that the D stick really had some tricks up its sleeve. It can let a trash like you stand up anew. Qin Xiang looked at the strange golden light on Liao Shaoyan's body. This divine staff is indeed a fool. To actually teach you this kind of evil technique, and his devil-subduing college's demonic techniques are all used to counter this kind of evil technique. I think that divine rod is worried that one day you will SS him, so shut up. Qin Xiang, you are the one who cultivates the evil arts, you devouring my thunder soul, causing me to almost die. Liao Shaoyan roared angrily, making everyone dumbstruck. Qin Xiang actually had a berserk thunder soul, and it was something that everyone was afraid of, something that was devoured from Liao Shaoyan's body. Qin Xiang laughed indifferently. Didn't you steal it from someone else? Why haven't you made your move yet? Are you afraid of me? My devil-subduing method has already been trained to the 10th layer. Against you evil beings, it will become even more powerful. Haha. Liao Shaoyan clenched his fist tightly. He indeed had the concerns that Qin Xiang had mentioned, but he had been releasing the demonic gold light the entire time. And what surprised him was that Qin Xiang was not distracted by his gold light, but that Xiao Chou just lost consciousness in an instant. Qin Xiang could also see through Liao Shaoyan's thoughts and laughed. "I will give you another 2 hours. Your insignificant skill is useless." After he had merged with devil-suppressing blood, he had cultivated the strongest devil-suppressing golden body. Not only could he use his impenetrable, he could also guard against all kinds of evil powers. "Humph, you desecrate the son of Ji. Oh, D, I must capture you and hand you over to the son of Ji. Oh, D for punishment." Liao Shaoyan's arms trembled. A gold light shot out from his fists. His fists danced chaotically. His steps were like thunder as he rushed towards Qin Xiang. Both of Liao Shaoyan's fists were so fast that they formed hundreds of instantaneous punches, and each punch was even capable of striking out a ball of golden light containing an evil and terrifying power. Like a torrential rain, it landed on Qin Xiang's body. A few BALLs of golden light fell onto the ground, instantly creating a huge crater. The rainstorm-like ball of light rushed towards Qin Xiang from all directions, and the moment it touched something, it would release a wave of intense energy. Also, countless BALLs of golden light fell onto the ground around Qin Xiang, causing a series of explosions. Qin Xiang was enveloped by countless golden BALLs of light, and in just an instant his body had suffered dozens of violent attacks. Liao Shaoyan, on the other hand, was continuously punching out with his fist, and countless explosions continuously sounded out, filling the entire city up with the sounds of explosions. And at the place where Qin Xiang was standing, there were bursts of flash, HI, plus in golden light and extremely intense energy explosions, making it impossible to see what was happening clearly within. Yun Xiaodao, Xiao Chou, and XV Weilong had also been attacked by a large group of people, so they didn't have time to worry about Qin Xiang right now. They had an incomparable trust in him, and they knew that he would definitely be able to handle him. "Qin Xiang, haha. You are still as arrogant as before. You think that you are invincible after learning the 10th level of the devil-subduing method?" Liao Shaoyan laughed crazily. He waved both of his fists along with his maniacal laughter, becoming even more ruthless. Just when everyone thought that Qin Xiang's body was being blown away by the explosion, Qin Xiang's calm voice came out. I already said, your evil technique is not enough to deal with me. Chen Xiang bellowed, and a thick water vapor burst out, transforming into a pure white mist in the blink of an eye, purifying the evil aura that shrouded the sky. At the same time, the Xiao Yun Martial Club that had turned into ruins began to shake violently. Some parts of it had even cracked. Break! Chen Xiang's body trembled. The dragon power burst out from his body in all directions, and the golden ball of light enveloping him was instantly destroyed. Dragon power! Seeing this power, Xiao Chao's heart trembled. This kind of power was his nightmare. Liao Shaoyan was also extremely shocked in his heart, because Chen Xiang's current strength was actually this terrifying. That pure dragon power in particular, and an aura that caused him to feel fear, caused the evil energy in his body to instantly weaken by a few degrees. The people of the entire Young Cloud City were all stunned. Many people from the surrounding cities also dared to come over. When they found out that it was a big battle between Qin Xiang and his subordinate, they were extremely excited and shocked, as they tried to find a good spot to watch. The people of the entire Young Cloud City were all stunned. Many people from the surrounding cities also dared to come over. When they found out that it was a big battle between Qin Xiang and his subordinate, they were extremely excited and shocked, as they tried to find a good spot to watch. Qin Xiang's entire body was filled with dragon power. Any human who cultivates in the Taiji Dragon Suppressed Kung Fu can cultivate the power of a dragon. Back then, Qin Xiang's master, Huang Jintian, used a full body of the terrifying dragon power to shake the entire mortal martial realm. Qin Xiang was like an awakened ancient giant dragon. Its entire body emitting an ancient power, the ground trembled. The wind and clouds changed color. The dragon power in Chen Xiang's body started to churn, releasing waves after waves of growls, like the roar of a ferocious dragon. Liao Shaoyan, let's settle this today. Chen Xiang suddenly took a step forward, and a crack appeared beneath his feet. The white dragon power shot out from under his feet, transforming into a white dragon, Russ. H.I. Plussing towards Liao Shaoyan along the crack. This kind of kill dragon art was a rarity to begin with, and to be able to see someone using it was even rarer. What was most shocking was that the white dragon formed from the dragon power suddenly turned red, its entire body covered with red, crystal-like scales. Flames burned, its imposing manner pressing on the air. It flew out from the crevice and struck Liao Shaoyan. Qin Xiang used the power of the Fire G.O. D-Dragon Soul to strengthen the dragon power. Adding his mana usage, this power turned into a fire dragon. Liao Shaoyan never thought that Qin Xiang could easily execute such a terrifying kill dragon art, allowing his own strength to turn into a lifelike dragon. He looked at the roaring and raging fire dragon Russ. H.I. plussing towards him terrified. Letting out an angry roar, he strengthened his aura, folded his palms together, and his entire body was covered in a golden light. A pillar of light shot out from his palm and struck the fire dragon. Liao Shaoyan was also extremely strong. Under his full strength, he defeated the fire dragon, turning it into countless of flames that were about to break down, and scattered it amongst the ruins, igniting some of the wood. It's just a bluff. When Liao Shaoyan saw that the fire dragon was so easily destroyed by him, he sneered. His folded palms sprayed out a beam of light at Qin Xiang, which actually said through his body and struck a hole in Qin Xiang's chest. Seeing it being so easy, everyone could not believe that Qin Xiang had been struck so easily. Liao Shaoyan also could not believe it, and they all subconsciously thought of Qin Xiang's water mirror technique, but that was not it. Because after being struck with the water mirror technique, it would turn into mist and dissipate away. However, not only did it not happen now, there was even blood flowing out from the hole on his chest. Just as Xiao Chou and the others wanted to shout in anger, Qin Xiang suddenly appeared beside them and slapped towards Liao Shaoyan's face. Liao Shaoyan was already sure that Qin Xiang's chest had been pierced by him, but Qin Xiang's sudden appearance caught him off guard. Pa 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 pa. Qin Xiang used the power of dragon power and the 10th layer of devil-suppressing power and gave Liao Shaoyun a slap. After Liao Shaoyun's delicate and tender face was slapped, the bones on her face immediately shattered. Her teeth had also shattered into many small snow-white pieces, and following that, a mouthful of blood sprayed out from Liao Shaoyun's mouth. After striking out with his palm, Qin Xiang immediately followed up with 2 punches, with a pair of tiger-skin gloved men appearing on top of them. Killing intent surged out, enveloping the entire sky. Liao Shaoyun was so angry that he wanted to curse, but Qin Xiang did not give him the chance. Even if he wanted to shout a few times, he could only spit out a mouthful of blood. The virtual image that Qin Xiang had released just now was created by him using the water mirror technique together with the eye concealment technique. It was extremely realistic, even if it was HIT. It would not dissipate and could be used to distract others and give the opponent a fatal blow. A series of explosions resounded in the sky once again, but this time it was Qin Xiang who released all of them. His fists were filled with the power of the 10th layer of devil-suppressing power, and it was even activated using the dragon power, coordinating with the slaughtered God's hand. These few waves of berserk energy gathered together and struck Liao Shaoyun's body, and every fist was capable of cruce. Plussing Liao Shaoyun's bones and flesh into paste. Liao Shaoyun's body suffered hundreds of punches in just a few moments. Other than his head being still considered intact, his other body had already turned into mud. He glared at Qin Xiang with eyes filled with hatred, as if he was going to be cut into pieces by Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang stepped onto his cheek and said expressionlessly, "How did you step on me back then? 30 years, east-west, 30 years." After he finished speaking, Qin Xiang used his strength and stomped his foot and shattered 2 of Liao Shaoyun's bones, causing him to let out an extremely miserable roar of pain. TL. The G.O.D. child is coming. Long Shui shouted. Qin Xiang gave Yin Xiao Dao and the others a look and told them to leave. Previously, Qin Xiang had agreed with them that when they knew that some powerful people were going to come, they would leave quickly. The number of disciples in the famous sects who died in their hands numbered in the tens, and some of them were even students of the devil-subduing college. Qin Xiang ruthlessly trampled on Liao Shaoyun's face. Even if he didn't kill him, he had said it before, he wouldn't let Liao Shaoyun die too easily. Hearing Liao Shaoyun's miserable cries, everyone's heart tensed up. Even if Qin Xiang wasn't disguised, they could still recognize him as Qin Xiang. Insolent Qin Xiang, you dare cause trouble in my devil-subduing college's territory, and even kill my devil-subduing college's elite disciples. I will definitely kill you. An imposing voice came out, a cold voice, but it was as if it was an emperor who had the power to make others submit. Within the angry voice, there was a killing intent that actually broke through Qin Xiang's released killing intent. The G.O.D. child had come. This was a man dressed in a golden robe, with a jade-like face, eyebrows that were like twin swords, and eyes that were like stars. He landed gracefully in front of Qin Xiang, and his eyes that were as deep as the ocean emitted an aggressive glow as he stared at Qin Xiang like A.G.O.D. looking at a mortal. If it was anyone else, they would have already knelt down. But Qin Xiang was not. He continued to trample on Liao Shaoyun's head. "Let him go. I'll give you a chance to fight me, and let you die a fair and square death." Unhappiness flashed across W.A.N.G. Xingren's eyes, because Qin Xiang actually didn't respect him like the others. G.O.D. stick, I finally met you. Qin Xiang laughed loudly. "Let's see how you will make me die so unfairly." While speaking, strength condensed under Qin Xiang's feet. The power of the 10th layer of devil-suppressing power shot out. 10 thunderclaps that shook the world resounded. Liao Shaoyun's entire body was immediately burnt to ashes by the flames inside the devil-subduing method. "I'm angry." The muscles on W.A.N.G. Xingren's face twitched, since the moment he was determined to be the D child. He had never been provoked like this. The fists that he tightly clenched released a faint gold light aura, and the golden robe on his back fluttered. The moment that aura appeared, the sky and earth changed color, the wind and clouds surged, and the earth trembled. Devil's suppressing fist. When G Shinran's golden fist was unleashed, the spatial tower had collapsed. The golden light on top of the fist was released, as though countless demons were struggling and roaring, and surged towards Qin Xiang. Devil subduing method. Qin Xiang's entire body was releasing a kind of crystal-clear energy, which was as clear as water. The white dragon power on his fist merged with the transparent energy. It looked as though the dragon power was covered with a pure liquid. Seeing that transparent energy, G Shinran was shocked, and Qin Xiang's fist had already collided with his fist. Everyone hurriedly prepared to defend against the shock wave, but nothing happened. It was beyond their expectations, and it did not make sense. G Shinran trembled. The muscles on his face twitched, showing that he was extremely angry. He saw the arm he had punched just now suddenly droop, as if it had no bones and had suddenly become soft. Bone-melting magic palm. Qin Xiang used this devil art once again and melted away the bones in G Shinran's arm. G Shinran was truly worthy of his Ti as the God child, being valued highly by the heaven realm. Qin Xiang already had a surge of power rampaging through his body. If not for him relying on the Taiji dragon-suppressed kung fu to deal with the berserk power that was entering his body, he would have exploded on the spot. G Shinran was truly worthy of his Ti as the God child, being valued highly by the heaven realm. Qin Xiang already had a surge of power rampaging through his body. If not for him relying on the Taiji dragon-suppressed kung fu to deal with the berserk power that was entering his body, he would have exploded on the spot. This sort of insignificant skill cannot scare me. G Shinran waved his other hand and was about to attack Qin Xiang, but at this time a few elders suddenly appeared. They stood behind G Shinran and were extremely aggressive, with just one look at their clothes. It was obvious that they were devil-subduing college's elders. Qin Xiang's old friends Zhen Xuan also felt that he did not have much power in the devil-subduing college, but because he was strong he could intimidate these elders. Not long after, Qin Xiang saw his familiar face. Man Futian, the new prink. PL had also come. He tried his best to distance himself from Qin Xiang, because he knew that Qin Xiang was not someone to be trifled with. The people standing behind G Shinran were all experts that had endured the 7th and 8th tribulations of the Nirvana stage, but Qin Xiang was not afraid at all. Although his strength was far from theirs, these people did not dare to rashly act against Qin Xiang, because it was a matter of the younger generation. What is it? You need help now? Qin Xiang sneered. The spectators ran as far as they could as soon as they saw the old man from devil-subduing college. If these old fellows from the Nirvana stage were to fight, the consequences would be unimaginable. The crowd found it hard to understand why Qin Xiang, who was not even at Nirvana stage, would have such confidence when facing this group of old fellows. Any one of these old fellows could kill him with a wave of their hand. Qin Xiang, you need to know that this city is protected by our devil-subduing college. Not only did you destroy the Shao Yin Martial Club here, you even killed the elite student of our devil-subduing college. One of the clan elders pointed at Qin Xiang and bellowed, "It's not like you guys don't know the grudge between me and Liao Shaoyan. I came to find him for revenge. It's normal for something like this to happen. This city received your protection. But why would my friend be injured by Liao Shaoyan here and have one of his arms destroyed?" Qin Xiang looked coldly at the old man and said loudly, "Moreover, this is the territory of our mortal martial realm, and your devil-subduing college is only from the outside. And just now, someone said that this D-child used his strength to do many shady things. Don't slander me, W.A.N.G. Shengren immediately shouted. Chun Xiang laughed coldly. I have just learned a mysterious technique called the Heart Demon Oath, which is similar to a blood contract. As long as you swear an oath with your heart, saying that you have never done those shameful things and did not find the Heart Demon Oath and died back at you, then you will be spitting blood on me. Do you dare to come? Qin Xiang asked. Nonsense. I am an honest man. I have never done anything before. There is no need for these evil arts to prove that. W.A.N.G. Shengren did not admit it, even if he died. This was also within Qin Xiang's expectations. Qin Xiang looked at the expressions of the few clan elders. He could feel that these elders did not know of the shameful things that W.A.N.G. Shengren did, but when W.A.N.G. Shengren had made the mental vow, these elders had a strange expression on their faces. W.A.N.G. Shengren had also realized this, then he had never heard of inner demon oath in the heaven realm. He had suspected that Qin Xiang had deliberately made it up to scare him, but he was worried that it was real. When he swore the Heart Demon Oath, he might even die because of it. You keep slandering me again and again. I definitely won't let you off today. W.A.N.G. Shengren was suddenly enraged. Her handsome face was filled with anger, her entire body releasing a burst of oppressive aura, looking somewhat like A.G.O.D. of death. Qin Xiang clenched his fist. He was already prepared to fight, and W.A.N.G. Shengren had also realized that he could not use one arm, so his strength would definitely be greatly reduced. Furthermore, the anti-demon martial arts tournament was about to begin soon, and at that time he would need to display his skills in the tournament to make himself famous, and then use the resources held by the devil-subduing college to become the person with the greatest authority in the mortal kung fu realm. Originally, W.A.N.G. Shengren wanted to become famous after defeating Qin Xiang, but the way he saw it now, Qin Xiang's strength had far surpassed his expectations. In order for him to obtain the first place in the martial arts tournament, he definitely could not let Qin Xiang partake. 1P8 in it, and the best way would be to kill Qin Xiang. 4 great elders seized Qin Xiang. W.A.N.G. Shengren shouted coldly, his eyes filled with pride. Qin Xiang couldn't help but sigh in disappointment. This G.O.D. child had truly disappointed him, to actually do such a thing that showed off his weakness and lowered his own worth. Just as the 4 elders were about to make a move, a burst of loud laughter came from afar. The G.O.D. child is only mediocre. How can he submit to others? After that, an extraordinarily handsome youth flew over from afar. When Qin Xiang heard the voice, he immediately knew that it was Gu Dongqin, who had already sensed that Gu Dongqin was nearby. Thus Qin Xiang was fearless. The moment Gu Dongqin appeared, he patted Qin Xiang's shoulders and laughed. Good job, junior martial uncle. I haven't seen you for more than a month, but you can actually get your hands on a relived Dan. How much of this do you have left? Hearing Gu Dongqin's question, W.A.N.G. Shengren's face turned extremely ugly, because his head was now at the tip of the relived Dan, and it was causing many rankers to be restless. They often wandered around devil-subduing college, making him feel threatened like never before. Thinking about how so many people had come for the sake of just one relived Dan and want his G.O.D. child, said W.A.N.G. Shengren's heart was filled with rage. His head was actually only worth one relived Dan, but he had to admit the relived Dan here had indeed made many strong warriors take action. If Qin Xiang had more pills, he would definitely be in danger. Qin Xiang laughed. There aren't many, but it's enough to buy the heads of 4 people. When he spoke, he looked towards the 4 elders. Relived Dan-s were the divine medicine used to cultivate Nirvana Doom, so the amount of herbs needed to be refined was very low in the mortal martial realm, and even with the herbs, there would have to be someone capable of refining them. Alchemists who knew how to refine relive Dan were not many in the mortal martial realm, but the most famous were the Dan Fragrance Pure Lands Hua Shangyue and the Super Martial School's Elder Dan. However, these two alchemists seemed to have a very good relations. H.I. plus P with Qin Xiang. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Qin Xiang to squander so many relived Dan in his hands. Let's go, Super Martial School. Don't forget yourselves. There will be a day when you will be trampled by us. Now, he was not afraid of exposing his ambition. As long as it was a powerhouse above mortal martial realm, they would be able to guess the purpose of Devil Subduing College and Fire Divine Palace coming to mortal martial realm. C675. C675 Gu Dongqin brought Qin Xiang to another city. Yun Xiaodao and the others were also there, and when they saw that Qin Xiang had returned, they heaved a sigh of relief. At that time, not only would the warriors spar with each other, they would also gather together to discuss the memories of how they would resist the demons. That was why Gu Dongqin was here. Inside the residence, rented by Gu Dongqin, Qin Xiang and the others were sitting in a hall, talking about what had happened today. Leader, what kind of shameful things did W.A.N.G. Shengren do? How many years has he been capturing? Yun Xiaodao asked, and they all came from remote continents. Qin Xiang said, furthermore, he was hiding it from the rest of the old guys in the Devil Subduing College. Seems like he has captured quite a few of them and specifically made Liao Xiaoyan and the others do things for him. Gu Dongqin's face sank as he said, there are also hundreds of youths mysteriously disappearing in the super martial city, and the majority of them are still in remote mountains. If we find out that it was W.A.N.G. Shingren who did it, we won't spare him. This fellow's ambition is really great. He actually wants to unify mortal martial realm. Right now, even Fire Divine Palace thinks that it won't be that easy. XV Weilong laughed coldly. It seems like Fire Divine Palace's Hall Master has changed. I wonder what will happen next. Gu Dongqin said, the three of you go back to Super Martial School. If one of you partic, 1. P. Atesh and SMAs. H.I. Plussing that Xiao Yun Martial Club, Devil Subduing College, will definitely not let you off. Xiao Cho stuck out his tongue. He really wanted to see how his master defeated W.A.N.G. Shengren, but they could not disobey Gu Dongqin. In order to ensure their safety, Gu Dongqin sent them into the transmission array. In the morning, when Gu Dongqin came out of his room in a hurry with his disguise, he asked, where are you going? It's best that you be a bit more careful. You have already completely offended the Devil Subduing College, even though they don't dare to openly cause trouble for you, for fear that they might have secretly attacked you. Qin Xiang curled his lips and said, I must attend the Demon Subduing Tournament. I wonder if this W.A.N.G. Shengren will stop me from registering. Young senior uncle, that whatever white dragon blood Dan is useless to you, right? Is there a need to take such a risk? Gu Dongqin sighed and asked, what a great use. You'll know in the future. I'm leaving. Qin Xiang left from the back door, and after confirming that no one was following them, he walked towards the Devil Subduing College. Was very familiar with this Devil Subduing College. He stood on the high wall outside and looked at a very tall stone tower. After a while, he left and went to a nearby hotel, as if he was waiting for someone. Just now, Qin Xiang was outside the Devil Subduing College, sending a message to Zuo Jinchuan, who replied him, asking him to wait here. Although he was the Prink 1. P. Al of Devil Subduing College, Qin Xiang still trusted him a lot. Qin Xiang could be said to be Zuo Jinchuan's benefactor, so of course Zuo Jinchuan would not sell Qin Xiang out. Kid, the trouble you're causing this time is really big, W.A.N.G. Shingren has already sent the news to Heaven Realm. I think it won't be long before Heaven Realm sends more people over. Zhuo Jinchuan's face was extremely serious and worried. Heaven Realm's devil-suppressing divine palace is very powerful, and they value the divine child a lot. So they did not hesitate to use up a lot of resources to open that large-scale transmission array and transfer their people over. The people who were sent down were obviously from the Nirvana stage, and there were a lot of them there. Qin Xiang finally understood why Zhuo Jinchuan was so worried. Elder Zhua, is that W.A. and G. Shengren not allowing me to register to partic? 1. P. 8 in the demon subduing martial arts compet. 1 Tian? Qin Xiang asked. Zhuo Jinchuan nodded. That's for sure. His strength is already a threat to him. He definitely cannot be defeated by you at that time. Qin Xiang sneered, then lowered his voice. Help me send a message to him. If he registers for me and obtains first place in the Devil Slayer martial arts compet. 1. Tians, I will tell him about the matters concerning the sacred Dan realm. Hearing the 2 words sacred Dan realm, Zhuo Jinchuan trembled because the higher-ups of the devil-subduing college knew that the D children were currently looking for a way to go to the sacred Dan realm. That day, I won against Fan Yakin, who came from the sacred Dan realm, and moreover, became friends with Fan Yakin. Tell him all this, and he definitely needs me to sign up for the compet. 1 Tian. Qin Xiang said with complete confidence. Only I know where Fan Yakin is, and he also knows how to return to sacred Dan realm. If W.A. and G. Shengren doesn't want to miss this chance, he knows what he should do. Back then, Zhuo Jinchuan was the one who told Qin Xiang that he was looking for the devil-suppressing blood, and the devil-suppressing blood was right inside the sacred Dan realm. If W.A. and G. Shengren knew about this, he would definitely agree to Qin Xiang's conditions, because it would allow him to inherit the devil-suppressing Heavenly Venerable's bloodline. But now, no matter how W.A. and G. Shengren searched, he could never find the devil-suppressing blood, because it had already been obtained by Qin Xiang. All right, I'll help you pass the message to him. When you register, try to find me when it's almost time to end. Zhuo Jinchuan said. After Qin Xiang and Zhuo Jinchuan left the hotel, each of them left. Qin Xiang, on the other hand, stepped into a forest and used a spatial gate to teleport him to the Chan martial continent. I wonder if Elder Sister Menger and the rest have obtained anything from their cultivation. Qin Xiang was now in the forest outside of Fragrance City. A month ago, he gave Lu Menger and Hua Shangyue some bewitchment, and most of it were bewitching skills used in devil-subduing college. Qin Xiang walked over and asked, Little Naughty Dragon, is it very difficult to obtain White Dragon Blood Dan? Of course, there aren't many white dragons. It is said that if you consume too many dragon bloodlines, you will be able to obtain the dragon bloodline. To that D's rod, it is also a very precious item. Long Shui said, after Qin Xiang entered the Dan Fragrance Pure Land, he did not find Lu Menger and the others because they were not here. Young Master Shin, are you looking for the leader as well? Mrs. Li saw a disappointed look on his face as he was strolling around Dan Fragrance Pure Land. He sighed and said, Sigh, leader has not come back yet. I was looking for him too. Qin Xiang was already very familiar with Mrs. Li, so he asked, What important matter do you need to find her for? Mrs. Li nodded his head. Over 10 days ago, a group of people suddenly came to Dan Fragrance Pag. Oh, it seems like they are here to intentionally cause trouble, but they did it in an excessive manner. They were just mocking us for not having some better pills or the alchemist. And the pills they buy are mostly fire type, so they are extremely rare. We can sell some to them, but we need to keep some for ourselves. Who are these people? I might be able to help you deal with it and take me to meet them. Qin Xiang was suddenly very curious. I don't know where they came from, but there's a young man from Nirvana stage among them. They have been wanting to see Leader all this while, but right now I don't know where he has gone to, so I told them the truth. But they said that the Leader looked down on them and wasn't willing to see him. Sigh. Mrs. Li was very helpless. I don't know where they came from, but there's a young man from Nirvana stage among them. They have been wanting to see leader all this while, but right now I don't know where he has gone to, so I told them the truth. But they said that the leader looked down on them and wasn't willing to see him. Sigh. Mrs. Li was very helpless. Chunxiang smiled and said, I am the Dan Fragrance Pure Land's honorary alchemist. Let me give it a try. Mrs. Li naturally knew that the relations H.I. plus P between Chunxiang and herself was very good. She could only look at Chunxiang now. They do not have any hostility towards us, but they are somewhat dissatisfied with Dan Fragrance Pure Land. Young Master Shin, please wait a while and do not have any conflicts with them. Over the past few days, they have bought quite a few medicinal pellets, which can be considered our big customer, but they are a bit difficult to deal with. The Mrs. Li naturally knew about Chunxiang's actions and style, which was why she kept warning him. On the 5th floor of the Dan Fragrance Pag, several young men dressed in luxurious clothing were sitting in a hall. When they saw the Mrs. Li arrive, they hurriedly stood up and appeared to be very courteous. However, when they did not see Hua Xiangyue, their faces could not help but reveal expressions of disappointment and anger. I really don't know where our leader has gone to. She must be in seclusion. I hope everyone understands. The Mrs. Li hastily said, Forget it. Just treat it as us coming here for nothing. A man with average looks, yet with the demeanor of a king, said. Chunxiang could tell with a glance that he was an expert from the Nirvana stage. However, our Dan Fragrance Pure Land's first honorary alchemist has come. He is also here to look for us. It's just that the leader is not here. Mrs. Li looked at Chunxiang and said, In order to not attract attention, Chunxiang had stealthily released a bit of qi, allowing others to see that he was 100 refining realm warrior. But when the 5 of them saw Chunxiang, they all had faces of disdain. The man from the Nirvana stage said gently, Forget it, I won't bother you guys anymore. To be honest, we are here to find your leader. I think only she is worthy to talk to us. Those who frequent the mortal martial realm knew that the Dan Fragrance Pure Land's first honorary alchemist was Chunxiang, and Chunxiang's alchemy skills were famous throughout the mortal martial realm. Although he was not a high-ranking alchemist yet, many people still thought highly of him. However, these people seemed to have never heard of this matter, so Chunxiang guessed that they were people that rarely walked out, or that they came from another world. I heard from the Mrs. Li that you all need a large amount of fire-type medicinal pills, right? Chunxiang asked. He did not lack these kind of pellets. He wanted a lot of the profound young fire Dan's refining ingredients. Not bad, but your Dan Fragrance Pure Land has disappointed us greatly. The man said. Chunxiang laughed. Relax, I definitely won't let you all down. I'm just worried that you guys might not have enough sparras to buy the fire-type pellets that I have. What kind of good pills do you have? Although we are lacking fire-type pills, we are still an alchemist. Don't think that we can be fooled as we please. The man was slightly angry because Chunxiang actually thought that they couldn't afford the pills. Chunxiang was now certain that these people came from another world and were definitely lacking in fire-attributed medicinal ingredients. They were alchemists, so in order to improve, they naturally had to leave that world to find them. What do you think this is worth? Chunxiang took out a burning lotus seed. This was the fire dragon blood lotus seed that he had won back then, and like the white jade lotus seed, it was a high-grade ground-level medicinal ingredient. However, its use was not as good as the white jade lotus seeds, because the white jade lotus seed could heal injuries. As long as it was an ordinary world, the high-grade medicines in the ground level were extremely rare, especially for those worlds that lacked fire-attribute medicines. These fire dragon blood lotus seeds were incomparably precious. Su Meiyao and Bai Yu had once said that some worlds were worlds with uneven elements, or those that favored water and fire. That was why there were some medicinal ingredients that were lacking. As expected, when Chunxiang took out the fire dragon blood lotus seed, the 5 people's eyes were completely glued to it. This could be said to be the best fire attribute medicinal ingredient that they had ever seen. Blood lotus seed of the fire dragon How could you have such a thing? The man took a deep breath and stared at the fiery red lotus seeds held in Chen Xiang's fingers. Chen Xiang laughed. Good eye, but this thing is also very valuable here. It will not be sold casually. It will usually be sold by auction. Of course, I do not lack spar, so I will not sell such precious things. You all should understand that. The man nodded his head. That's right. If it were us, we wouldn't sell it so easily. However, we really need this kind of medicine right now. In that case, how about we sit down and talk now? Chun Xiang laughed. The Mrs. Li heaved a sigh of relief and quickly poured tea for Chun Xiang and the 5 other people. My name is Chun Xiang. I think you all aren't from mortal martial realm, right? Chun Xiang said. The others did not say a word, but only the man from Nirvana stage replied. My name is Tai Ming. I did not expect you to be so young, but your ability is not bad. You are the first one to see that we are not from this world. Just as Mrs. Li had said, these people had no ill intentions. Chun Xiang said, I don't have many fire dragon blood lotus seeds. If you guys want them, then exchange them with me using items of the same value. If we cooperate happily, I also have some finished products of the fire attribute in my hands, which I can exchange with you guys. Chun Xiang was not lacking in spar now. He just wanted to collect a few rare medicinal ingredients and duplicate them in large quant. One ties. Once he knew a lot of rare pills, what would he want then? Tai Ming frowned as he thought about it. This kind of trade was also very common. He was only thinking of what he could use to exchange for it. Do you know what this is? Tai Ming took out a fist-size, transparent pearl that flickered with a hint of purple lightning. After Su Meiyao saw it, he immediately said, Leihan fruit. This thing is a strange fruit. It can grow a thunder soul, but it will take a very long time. But your creation divine liquid can solve this problem. Su Meiyao's voice became very excited. Try to trade for this as much as possible. You must know that Thunder Soul are rarer than Fire Soul. Chun Xiang was shocked in his heart. There was actually such a heaven, opposing tree that could grow Thunder Soul. Leihan fruit, you want exchange for it with this? Chun Xiang's expression did not change as he said indifferently, This is a completely mature purple Leihan fruit. We used a Thunder Soul to exchange for it. If you don't agree, then forget it. Tai Ming said his heart was nervous because this was the most precious thing in their hands. They were alchemists, and fusing with the Fire Soul would only affect their flames and cause them to become unstable. Therefore, they would definitely not fuse them. Since everyone has come from afar, I do not wish to disappoint you. Let's exchange then. Chun Xiang walked forward and handed the Fire Dragon Blood Lotus Seed over. To be able to exchange the Fire Dragon Blood Lotus Seed for a Leihan fruit, he had profited greatly. Originally, Chun Xiang had planned to continue the trade with this group of people because he had obtained the Leihan fruit with a Fire Dragon Blood Lotus Seed and tasted the sweetness. However, after Tai Ming received the Blood Lotus Seed, he hurriedly left, making Chun Xiang feel that it was a great pity. Originally, Chun Xiang had planned to continue the trade with this group of people because he had obtained the Leihan fruit with a Fire Dragon Blood Lotus Seed and tasted the sweetness. However, after Tai Ming received the Blood Lotus Seed, he hurriedly left, making Chun Xiang feel that it was a great pity. Before Tai Ming left, he said that he would return, but he did not know when. Lu Menger and Hua Shengyue both had to prepare to cross Nirvana Doom, so it was normal for them to not be able to be found. Chun Xiang just felt that it was a little disappointing not to see these two beauties. Continent of the King, Devil-Subduing College. Chun Xiang stood outside the wall and used his consciousness to communicate with Zhu Jinchuan, who was inside. As he expected, the D child was extremely concerned about the devil-suppressing blood inside the sacred Dan realm. Chun Xiang. Just as Chun Xiang arrived at the place where the Devil-Subduing College was registering at, he heard a sweet voice come from behind him. He turned his head to look and saw a sweet girl wearing a blue dress standing there, looking at him mischievously. It was the Blue Blood Race's Lon Lon. Right now, You're like a street rat, scared to death. You have to dress up like this, even if you want to announce your name." Lan Lan laughed as she skipped to the front of Qin Xiang and made a face at him. "This time I definitely have to beat you, just you wait." Although she looked like a cute little beauty, she was actually hundreds of years old. Aside from her attractive face and the big rabbit on her chest, many male animals couldn't help but stare at her. "Little girl, you won't be able to beat me in this life. If you're on the bed, you might have a chance." Long Shui imitated Chen Xiang's voice and laughed in an extremely evil tone. After Lan Lan heard it, her body trembled and she suddenly turned her head. She did not get angry, but her face was puffed up and she scolded. "Scoundrel, you deserve to be wanted." Seeing Lan Lan twisting her bee, "You, tea, and going to register." Qin Xiang scolded Long Shui in a low voice. "Little naughty dragon, you're jealous of Lan Lan, even though her chest is not as big as yours." Long Shui scoffed. "No matter how big her chest is, I won't let you touch her, but can I?" "Really?" Long Shui's beautiful chest suddenly appeared in his mind. "You wish." Long Shui chuckled. "If you want to touch me, you have to beat me no matter what." Qin Xiang curled his lips and also walked into the residence. Although the registration was about to close, there were still many people who came. After entering, Qin Xiang found another familiar lady, but the lady did not recognize him. Little Cat Demon's body is getting better and better. Long Shui imitated Qin Xiang's voice and shouted loudly. His tone was extremely light, sounding just like those hooligans who would take liberties with women on the streets. There were many people in the house, but after hearing the voice, they all anxiously turned their heads to look at Qin Xiang, who was now a middle-aged uncle, and all of them revealed looks of disdain towards him. Qin Xiang was extremely innocent because he didn't say anything. Long Shui had only teased him on purpose, but anything he said now was of no use. "Who are you?" A tall girl wearing a red dress with a charming appearance came in front of Qin Xiang. "This bad guy is Qin Xiang. His head is very precious. Everyone hurry up and attack." Lan Lan laughed. Qin Xiang was in existence who was like a fiend right now. Although there were people who wanted to take his head, there were not many, and many of them kept their distance. "Miss Yen, long time no see. I didn't expect your strength to improve so quickly." Qin Xiang laughed. This woman was the Beast Martial School's #1 beauty. Yanran had been beaten up by Qin Xiang ruthlessly, but she was not injured much. At that time, she had left a cat-like paw print on Qin Xiang's palm, so Long Shui had called her Little Cat Demon. "Of course, I will always remember you as well. This is the first time you have used such a barbaric method to beat me up." After speaking, Yanran's voice revealed a hidden bitterness, blaming Qin Xiang for not knowing how to show mercy to the pharaohs. "Qin Xiang laughed. "It's not like we're fighting on the bed. Of course, there's no need for you to be so gentle." Lan Lan and Yanran were both girls blessed by the heavens who had been defeated by Qin Xiang, and regarding Qin Xiang's strength, their memories were still fresh in them. Furthermore, their attacks were extremely ruthless, and even though they said that they would defeat Qin Xiang, they did not want to face Qin Xiang at all. "You are Qin Xiang? He really is a disreputable guy, to be able to utter such vulgar words to such a beautiful person." Qin Xiang turned around and saw a man dressed in fiery, red, gorgeous clothes, standing at the door. This man looked very elegant and had a very handsome appearance. "I wonder if Miss would like to have a meal with me?" The man said, "I don't have time." Yanran threw him an apologetic smile. Qin Xiang curled his lips and said, "He's someone from the Fire Divine Palace. You really aren't giving him any face, right? Of course, this kind of guy is originally shameless and specializes in robbing others' fire soul. And he even says that it's a righteous act. What face do they have left?" The man was dressed in the Fire Divine Palace, and from the fire chi on his body, he must be someone who possessed a fire soul. Chen Xiang had never heard of him before, so he guessed that the man must have come from the heaven realm. Chen Xiang, do you believe that I will take your head off right now and exchange it for some bounty? The man was immediately enraged. He took off his robe, and from the looks of it, he was planning to fight Chen Xiang to the death. I believe you, then what? Chen Xiang was not one bit afraid of this guy. It was not like he had never killed anyone from the Fire Divine Palace before, and he had even killed quite a few of them, and they were all important people. You guys quiet down for a bit. Don't affect the registration of others. If you continue making trouble, I'll throw you guys out. An old man shouted coldly and released a wave of pressure. Chen Xiang, you are slandering our Fire Divine Palace. I, Ling Chong, am a member of the Fire Divine Palace, so I will definitely not let you off. The man put down the harsh words and walked over to register. Chen Xiang was looking at his back, estimating his fire soul. One must know that Chen Xiang had grasped the method to extract fire soul. In his eyes, Ling Chong was a huge fortune. Just that this man called Ling Chong did not know that he was treated like a big piece of meat. After the registration was completed, Chen Xiang left in a hurry under the gazes of many. He silently cursed Lan Lan and Long Shui, the two brainless brats, and made himself the target of others. After Chen Xiang left the devil-subduing college, what he found unexpected was that Lan Lan and Yanran actually followed behind him. Although the method they used to follow him was brilliant, they were still discovered by Long Shui's powerful divine sense. After Chen Xiang left the devil-subduing college, what he found unexpected was that Lan Lan and Yanran actually followed behind him. Although the method they used to follow him was brilliant, they were still discovered by Long Shui's powerful divine sense. Did you see that? Hurry up and thank this dragon, and let you obtain the favor of these two beauties. That little cat demon did not even put the Fire Divine Palace's people in her eyes, but she still secretly followed you. This is all my credit. Long Shui said proudly, Don't be so smug. Perhaps they have their eyes on my head. Even if they have their eyes on me, that is still my personal charm. What does it have to do with you, a troublemaker? Chen Xiang increased his pace and traveled back and forth the streets. However, he was still unable to shake off Lan Lan and his pursuers. In the end, he arrived at the entrance of Gu Dongqin's residence and sat there. He knew that these two women would not follow him just because they had their eyes on him. You followed me for so long. What do you have to say for yourself? Chen Xiang locked onto them and transmitted sound. Lan Lan and Yanran immediately appeared and walked over. What surprised Chen Xiang was that Lan Lan and Yanran actually knew each other. Although they came from two different directions, they did not look at each other with surprise. We're fine. We're just worried that your head will be chopped off. Lan Lan stuck out his tongue and laughed. Yanran smiled gently. Is it convenient to talk here? The door suddenly opened, revealing Gu Dongqin in front of Yanran and Lan Lan, scaring the little beauty, who recognized Gu Dongqin, the #1 tyke. Oh, and in Super Martial School. It's convenient to speak. Come in. Gu Dongqin couldn't help but pout his lips when he saw Chen Xiang hooking up with these two beauties. Inside the hall, Lan Lan and Yanran bowed to Gu Dongqin very politely. However, it was Chen Xiang who knocked his legs and asked, You followed me for so long, it can't be that you want to protect me, right? Of course not. Lan Lan's voice was loud just now, but he immediately realized that Gu Dongqin was here. If it's inconvenient, then I'll just avoid it. Ancient leader, please wait. This matter can be said to have something to do with you. Yanran anxiously said. Gu Dongqin and Chen Xiang were both shocked as Gu Dongqin also sat down at the same time. Yanran said with a stern face, You may not know this, but many of us sects have secretly teamed up and signed agreements that they are not enemies, and they have even helped each other. Only the core members of the forces will know about this, and we will also frequently meet and train. Lan Lan nodded his head. Mainly speaking, Two forces of the continent of the king are leading the alliance. One is our Azure Blood Clan, and the other is the Wu Clan Manor. Every one of them knew of their true strength, and now they had secretly formed an alliance with some sects, and the agreement they had was also very good. It could be seen that they were planning something. Yenran continued. But the Super Martial School is within the Chun Martial Continent and has made enemies with many sections. And because of Chen Xiang in the future, he will definitely provoke many powers. Wait, this is someone provoking me first. Chun Xiang interrupted her. Gu Dongqin said, I understand this point our Super Martial School is very strong as a whole, so naturally we are not afraid of the Fire Divine Palace and Fire Divine Palace harming us. But those small forces might not be able to do it if the Wu and Blue Blood race did not make the first move. Those small forces would probably surrender to the Fire Divine Palace and the Devil Subduing College. Lan Lan and Yenran nodded. Qin Zhejuan, this guy, together with a group of important elders from the Sacred Light religious sect, have disappeared for a long time, and the situation has not changed. The East Sea has already turned into a piece of loose sand. But from the looks of it, most of their forces have already secretly allied with you guys. Gu Dongqin seemed to have known about this already. Lan Lan nodded his head. My Blue Blood race and the Wu family do not have the heart to dominate them. We do so to ensure that our mortal martial realm is not swallowed by any other power. And now that we are in a difficult situation, as the mortal martial realm is one of the more powerful families, we have to take care of those small powers. The current Lan Lan had a whole new level of respect for him. He said, in the Chun Martial Continent, is it possible that only a Super Martial School do not join your alliance? There are no Divine Weapons Heavenly Country S, Dan Fragrance Pure Land S, Lotus Island S, or Super Martial School S. As for the rest, including the demonic sects, they have already allied themselves with us. Yenran said, Then why did you come to find us? Gu Dongqin laughed. Even if the four strongest sects in the Chun Martial Continent didn't need to ally with each other, they would still help each other because they had a good relations. I plus P with each other over the years. So the strength of the Chun Martial Continent was also very strong in the mortal martial realm. Yenran sighed. Super Martial School has mastered the most powerful martial arts and has a very deep foundation in martial arts. Dan Fragrance Pure Land has mastered pills. Divine Weapons Heavenly Country has grasped weapons. Lotus Island has grasped a large amount of spar and rare ores. It can be said that if the four of you were to join hands, you would definitely become a strong force in mortal martial realm. And what you have grasped is also something our alliance lacks. Lan Lan said in a low voice, The two strongest female alchemistess are both at your place. Furthermore, you can give any relive Dan you like. After saying that, she shot a glance at Qin Xiang, because everyone knew that Qin Xiang was the one who used a relive Dan to place a bounty on that D child's head. In the mortal martial realm, even the Hidden Alliance would not dare to do such a thing, so they could not do such a thing. Gu Dongqin laughed. So, you want to rope us into your alliance, or do you want us to give you some resources? It is naturally for the best to have you all join us. However, we are afraid that you all might be powerful and unwilling to protect those small powers. Lan Lan sighed. Gu Dongqin said seriously, If our Super Martial School were to join, I'm afraid that it would implicate you all. You all are seeking for peace. And if others did not offend you, you all would not retaliate, right? Lan Lan and Yenran both nodded. Yes, but our Super Martial School is different. Forces like the Fire Divine Palace and the Devil Subduing College, as long as they make the slightest of movements, we the Super Martial School will not hesitate to destroy them. Gu Dongqin's voice turned incomparably stern. Recently, we have been investigating the disappearance of a large number of young men. This might very well be related to the D child of the Devil Subduing College. Also, the Fire Divine Palace cultivate fire as their leader. They will not hesitate to plunder resources that are useful to their cultivation. Sooner or later, We will kill this kind of guy. Then it looks like we won't be able to ally with you. Lon Lon sighed. Hee, the alliance is hopeless now, but you can do business here. Aren't you just pills and weapons? I will have the people from the divine weapons heavenly country and the Dan fragrance pure land go and talk to you guys. Qin Xiang laughed. Of course, I also have some pills with me. If you guys can afford it, I can sell it to you guys too. Gu Dongqin shook his head. If you agree to publicize the alliance, my super martial school will agree to an alliance. I don't want to do things sneakily, and only if I let my fire divine palace and my master know about this will they be afraid of us and not dare to do such a thing. There were many different continents and many different forces. It was very difficult to gather all of them, and no one was willing to submit to anyone. But now that the great war between three realms was about to begin, many small powers had agreed to temporarily form an alliance and rely on the protection of the large powers to tide through this difficult situation. So it was an opportunity. There were many different continents and many different forces. It was very difficult to gather all of them, and no one was willing to submit to anyone. But now that the great war between three realms was about to begin, many small powers had agreed to temporarily form an alliance and rely on the protection of the large powers to tide through this difficult situation. So it was an opportunity. It was just that, as a leader, Gu Dongqin had other concerns, but now he could see that this alliance was very weak because they were all small powers that did things in fear and trepidation. If they could have a large power like the Super Martial School or the Dan Fragrance Pure Land, then the other mid-rank powers would all join as well. Go back and tell those old fellows, if there's anything you want to discuss, talk to us. I guarantee that if our Super Martial School joins your alliance, both Dan Fragrance Pure Land and Dan Fragrance Pure Land will join as well. Gu Dongqin said. Lon Lon and Yan Yanran nodded. They could not make the decision for this kind of thing. They could only return and report. After they left, Qin Xiang laughed. A lad, how can you be so confident that you can make divine weapons heavenly country and Dan fragrance pure land join us? Gu Dongqin smiled ambiguously. Junior Martial Uncle, don't tell me you want me to tell you what happened. You've taken care of these two women. It should be easy for you to speak out. Don't talk about this, it will kill me. Qin Xiang said seriously. Gu Dongqin also nodded seriously. Junior Master, the Devil Subduing College has recruited many outstanding disciples. After they entered, they were all kept by the Devil Subduing College, and many disciples of our Super Martial School have gone in and have never returned. Even if they come back, they would be displeased with our fellow disciples. Didn't you just learn a few anti-demon martial arts from the Devil Subduing College? What was there to be proud of? I learned Devil Subduing Method at the 10th level. Qin Xiang sneered. Don't think that everyone is like you, or that the might of the Devil Subduing Method is very enticing. But outsiders have a hard time learning it, so they keep on running towards the Devil Subduing College. Gu Dongqin sighed. There are many old fellows in my Super Martial School who are now obsessed with this Devil Subduing Method. Qin Xiang touched his chin, considering whether he should announce the method to quickly learn Devil Subduing Method. At that time, the Devil Subduing College would not be so attractive. Oh, right, a lad. I have a way to solve this problem. But you have to look for my master. Qin Xiang patted his shoulder and laughed. I have learnt Devil Subduing Method from Master. He said that he can find simpler cultivation methods based on the Taiji, dragon-suppressed Kung Fu. Hearing that he was going to look for Huang Jintian, Gu Dongqin's face suddenly turned bitter. Junior Martial Uncle, your bones are rather cheap. You should go. Gu Dongqin laughed bitterly. This old lunatic has learned quite a bit, but every time he goes there, he uses this Devil Subduing Method on me. Qin Xiang looked at him in disdain, and could only look for Huang Jintian himself. Inside the Super Martial Profound Realm, Huang Jintian saw Qin Xiang and excitedly grabbed his shoulders. When he saw that Huang Jintian was about to attack, Qin Xiang anxiously shouted, Master, stop messing around. I have something important to do. If you beat me up, you will definitely regret it. What's the hurry? Who told you to grow your skills? so fast, like I'll test you first. Huang Jintian said while smiling. A wave of energy condensed in his palm. Master, I made a trip to Sacred Dan Realm. After hearing what Chen Xiang said, Huang Jintian stopped. His face became serious as he said, Don't lie to me. I won't lie to you. I've already gained quite a bit from that place. Chen Xiang said while grinning. After Huang Jintian put him down, he began to listen to what Chen Xiang had to say about the things above, and very quickly he believed it because he knew some things about the place. Of course, Chen Xiang concealed some hair-raising things that he did not tell him, because he felt that it was difficult for Huang Jintian to believe those things. Brett, you're promising. Huang Jintian lovingly caressed Chen Xiang's head and smiled. It won't be long before you go to Heaven Realm to find your big brother. Chen Xiang laughed. Master, these are Devil-Subduing College's demonic techniques. You can learn them if you find it boring. This was a set of powerful anti-demon martial arts. If it was an ordinary person, it would be very difficult to learn this art, but Huang Jintian was well versed in it, so learning it wouldn't be difficult. All right, this is the devil-subduing method that I modified. You take it and let a lad and the others learn it. If they want to learn it themselves, I wonder how long it will take for them to learn it? Huang Jintian handed over a thick book to Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang flipped it over and exclaimed, 10th floor! Master, you've learned level 10? Huang Jintian laughed. How long will it take? If I wasn't as fast as you, how would I be your master? However, there is still a 11th layer to it. However, it will be very difficult to piece together some of the Pa-S sages from the mental cultivation method. Chen Xiang nodded and told Huang Jintian about what he had learned from cultivating the 11th floor, which surprised him quite a bit. Not bad. Your progress is much faster than mine. If you learn the great perfection, then your power will definitely be very strong. Hurry up and get lost. I don't want to disturb my cultivation. After Huang Jintian obtained all those things, he quickly immersed himself within them. Chen Xiang heaved a sigh of relief and quickly left, going to look for Gu Dongchen. Right now, not only the devil-subduing method had been spread out, even the devil-suppressing qi was extremely profound. Without the large amount of cultivation guidance from the devil-subduing college, as well as the guidance from a few elders, it was very difficult to learn it. However, Chen Xiang had the basics of devil-suppressing kung fu and a large amount of divine arts. These were all easy for him, but all he needed was time. Gu Dongchen did not expect Chen Xiang to return so quickly. He asked curiously, You did not go to find that crazy old man? This doesn't make sense. He actually didn't use you to practice. Chen Xiang tossed a thick book to Gu Dongchen and laughed. Take this and print it a lot, hee. Devil-Subduing College is going to die from losses this time. Gu Dongchen anxiously opened the book, and upon seeing Huang Jintian's handwriting, he confirmed that it was Huang Jintian's own hand. Seeing the simple and easy-to-understand training methods, Gu Dongchen's face revealed a smile. This old madman is truly worthy of being an old madman. These devil-subduing college fellows are going to cry now. Gu Dongchen laughed. Chen Xiang said, Devil-subduing college isn't just that the D child is more difficult to deal with, right? Gu Dongchen's smile disappeared, and he kept the book properly. Zhuo Jinxuan and Man Fuqian, these two prink. 1. ALS are powerful, but they are not ambitious. The D child's talent is indeed not bad, but his strength is still limited. I feel that there is an even more powerful hand behind the D child wanting to take over this mortal martial realm. I think he might appear at the beginning of great war between 3 realms. Regarding the battles between the powers, Chen Xiang did not want to partake. I.P.8. Nor was it up to him to partake. I.P.8. However, he could take advantage of it or plunder it while it was still hot. All he needed to do was to learn the demon-subduing arts, master the way to refine Earth-grade, low-rank Dan, and prepare to compete with Elder Dan. Regarding the battles between the powers, Qin Xiang did not want to partic. 1 P8, nor was it up to him to partic. 1 P8. However, he could take advantage of it or plunder it while it was still hot. All he needed to do was to learn the demon-subduing arts, master the way to refine Earth-grade low-rank Dan, and prepare to compete with Elder Dan. A lad, I have already registered to partic. 1 P8 in the demon-subduing martial arts compet. 1 Tian. At the start, you have to watch over me. Lu Menger and Hua Shunyue are both in closed-door cultivation now. They won't be able to watch over me. Qin Xiang warned repeatedly. At that time, if Gu Dongqin was here, the people from the Devil-Subduing College wouldn't dare to act recklessly, as it would allow him to display his abilities on the stage with a peace of mind. Junior Martial Uncle, do you really have a way to register? Are you using your own name? Gu Dongqin asked in surprise. Qin Xiang should be hated to the bones by the G. Oh, D-child now, and he should be very strong too. Qin Xiang laughed. Of course it's using my name. If there's no other way, then I won't be your junior master, hee. I never thought that the blue blood race and the Wu family would arrive so quickly. After Yan Yanran and Lon Lon went back to report, those old fellows all felt that it was necessary to talk to Gu Dongqin face to face, so they rushed over as fast as they could. There were only 3 days left before the anti-demon martial arts compet. 1 Tian started. Qin Xiang was not interested in knowing what they discussed when they formed an alliance, so he went to the secret room to cultivate. Gu Dongqin's house was filled with more and more old people, most of them being the heads of some small powers, and this action had attracted the attention of Fire Divine Palace and Devil Subduing College. Fire Divine Palace and Devil Subduing College were stationed atop the continent of the king, and there were suddenly so many Nirvana stage gathered here. How could they not know? The first point was to let Fire Divine Palace and Devil Subduing College know that they had already started an alliance. If these Devil Subduing College and Fire Divine Palace dared to bully the small forces in their alliance, then they would definitely join forces to suppress these two foreign forces. Lian Yingxiao had also come, but his relations, H.I. plus P with his daughter had always been good, so once Gu Dongqin opened his mouth, Lian Yingxiao immediately agreed. Right now, only his sister and his sister didn't express anything. It was just that the two empress of both forces were in closed-door training. Many rankers squeezed into Gu Dongqin's house to discuss about the great plan of the alliance, and from time to time, a tremble would come from below, accompanied by the faint sound of a dragon's roar, making many old fellows think that there was an imprisoned dragon below. Cough, cough, it should be Qin Xiang who is training below. He should be cultivating the Taiji, dragon-suppressed Kung Fu. And the reason why the devil-subduing method can make things difficult for us is because he has done a great service. Everyone should know this. Gu Dongqin hurriedly explained. He never thought that Qin Xiang would cause such a commotion while cultivating. He was very curious about what kind of martial arts Qin Xiang was cultivating. Lian Yingxiao nodded and said, I had long heard that not long after he entered the devil-subduing college, he had learnt the 10th floor of the devil-subduing method. Being able to obtain this simplified version of the devil-subduing method now is equivalent to SLAs. H.I. plussing the devil-subduing college in the face. This simple training version of the devil-subduing method was written by that crazy old man. Gu Dongqin laughed, causing the bodies of many old fellows to tremble. Although Huang Jintian had been imprisoned in the Forbidden Grounds for many years, the shadow he had left on the experts had always been there. The simplified version of the devil-subduing method had already been made available to each of the Alliance's great leaders to copy and then teach it to their core disciples. It wouldn't be long before Devil Subduing College would know about this news. 3 days pas, said quickly, and Qin Xiang came out of the secret room. When he saw him, Gu Dongqin sighed. Junior Master, what martial arts did you cultivate? Make it look like there's a dragon under the house. Qin Xiang laughed. This technique is called Dragon Subduing Returning Essence. I can already master it now, but if I use it now, it will consume half of my innate qi. Gu Dongqin cried out in alarm. I told you that master used this move before, and it was indeed very powerful, but he said that he only mastered it when he was still in nirvana stage. I didn't think that you would be able to master it now. Let's go. Today is the first day of the Fighting Demon Martial Arts Compet. 1 Tian. Let's go and see what kind of powerful people are partic. 1 P8ing. Chun Xiang shrugged and said, just like this, Qin Xiang brought Gu Dongqin and walked towards the devil-subduing college. Furthermore, Chun Xiang didn't need to disguise himself anymore because Gu Dongqin was right behind him. As long as they weren't stupid enough to pinch the door, they wouldn't be stupid enough to go and get Chun Xiang's head in front of Super Martial School. Chun Xiang could guess that the stronger partic 1 P ants of the demons subduing martial arts tournament should be those from the devil subduing college S or those from the fire divine palace S. After all, they possessed extremely rich resources and went to the vain martial cultivators S from the other continents. After arriving at the devil-subduing college, Chen Xiang understood the process of the martial arts compet. 1 Tian. From the very beginning, the preliminaries were divided into 4 groups by drawing lots, and then, through the elimination stage, each group would decide on the strongest person, and then enter the final round. It looks like I have to play a lot of matches, and it's even going on day and night. If I meet a strong guy in the group compet 1 Tian, it'll definitely be very difficult. Chun Xiang muttered as he looked at the rules. Junior martial uncle, the feeling of being together with you isn't good at all. Other people view us as a scourge and view us from afar. Gu Dongqin said in a low voice. Chun Xiang looked around and laughed. A lad, you are the leader. They are afraid of you. The aura emitted from Gu Dongqin's body indeed made many people feel an inexplicable pressure and fear. There were 4 contest ring S in Devil Subduing College. In order to make the compet 1 Tian more relaxed, Qin Xiang had to leave this place, which made it much easier for many people. After drawing lots, Qin Xiang was AS, signed to the 3rd group. What gave him a headache was that he was actually in the same group as Lan Lan. She was currently together with Yanran. That cute little face was squeezed into a bitter melon as she pouted her lips and looked at Qin Xiang with an incomparably resentful gaze. Even though she wanted to compete with Chen Xiang again, it was within the group stages. Alas, poor child, I'm sorry. Qin Xiang shook his head and sighed, then walked over. There were many people in the crowd who were complaining, especially those who were in the same group as Qin Xiang. They all felt a lot of pressure, but there were only 4 groups. What a coincidence! Tai Ming from Fire Divine Palace is in the 4th group, so the group will definitely be much easier to handle. It seems like the 2nd group does not have any famous experts either. Qin Xiang walked towards Lan Lan as he obtained some information from the crowd. Seeing Chen Xiang coming over, Lan Lan snorted a little angrily. Seeing Chen Xiang coming over, Lan Lan snorted a little angrily. Don't be complacent. I won't be beaten up by you again. Lan Lan raised her fist and shouted. The compet 1 Tian quickly started. The 4 contest ring S started to get excited, and many people were watching from below. Those who dared to register were all people with good foundations, and with this many people were able to broaden their horizons. Once they failed, they would be eliminated. Thus, everyone was using their full strength. Only by winning could they reach the end. Every round would have many matches, and every round would have half the partic. 1 P ants eliminated. After each round was over, there would be lots drawn to determine one's opponent. Very quickly, the first round had ended. Chen Xiang had easily defeated the person who was competing with him, but he had not met Lan Lan yet. During the 2nd round of lot drawing, Lan Lan came to Qin Xiang's side with a depressed face. Scoundrel, I'm in trouble. Lan Lan said worriedly, What's going on? Qin Xiang and Lan Lan could be considered friends. The last time they were at Martial Contest of the King, they had a very good cooperation. I'm soon going to compete with someone called Mo Huan. This guy called Mo Huan is extremely ruthless. You saw it just now. It was that guy who cut other people's hands and feet into pieces the moment he attacks. Lan Lan glanced at a black, clothed man in the distance. This man's face was ashen, and he looked very gloomy. His dead gray eyes had no light, making him seem very frightening. This man exuded an evil aura and seemed to be not to be trifled with. Just now, when he made his move, he released a terrifying aura that turned into countless blades, slicing a person's limbs into pieces. The martial arts this guy cultivates are definitely some extremely vicious demonic arts. I am still unable to see through them, but they are indeed very strong. You shouldn't force yourself. Qin Xiang looked at the black-clothed man. Lan Lan shook his head. Yanran did not cower in the battle with Wan Jishengren, so it is even more impossible for me to cower. What? She and Wan Jishengren? Qin Xiang was shocked. He looked at the list of public signs, and indeed saw the names of Yanran and Wan Jishengren connected together. You guys are really unlucky. Qin Xiang curled his lips and said, Don't worry, as long as you don't die, and your limbs are chopped off, I will have ways to help you recover. Lan Lan revealed a sweet smile. I knew big brother Qin Xiang was very strong. If I lose to that Mo Huan brat, you have to avenge me. Don't worry, my goal is first. I will take revenge for you. Qin Xiang said casually, You young and pretentious old granny, you must not die, otherwise you won't see me taking revenge for you. TSK, don't look down on others. Lan Lan rolled his eyes at Qin Xiang, then walked towards the contest ring. This was the first time Qin Xiang had seen someone with this surname. He searched the crowd and very quickly found someone who looked similar to Mo Huan, who was also dressed in black, with a face and eyes that were deathly gray like a dead person. However, his entire body emitted a biting cold and powerful demonic aura, causing the beauty to dare to approach him. People of the demon world, why are they here? Bai Yu said in a deep voice, Among the 5 surnames in the demon world, the devil is ranked first. If there is only one here, it might be a coincidence. Why would someone from the demon realm appear here? And he was very strong. Qin Xiang could not help but worry for Lan Lan. Little naughty dragon, watch this little girl carefully later. Try your best to not let her be cut into pieces. Qin Xiang warned as he approached the contest ring. Lan Lan and Mo Huan had already gone up on stage. Mo Huan's eyes suddenly turned black, looking extremely evil. The sword-handled demon claw is a pretty good devil art in the demon world. Devil cultivator with the surname of demon have very high statuses. How did they manage to get here? Do they have a way to open up a sage? Bai Yu was extremely suspicious. Begin. When the compet 1 tie-in had begun, everyone had been watching with bated breath, because most of the techniques that Mo Huan used just now were seen with their own eyes, and now Mo Huan's opponent was a beautiful young lady. They wanted to see would Lan Lan also be torn to shreds by the terrifying supreme force. After Mo Huan's claws started to dance in the air, they released waves after waves of white supreme force that was visible to the naked eye, attacking Lan Lan's legs and arms. Lan Lan was extremely fast. In that moment of life and death, she had dodged and suddenly disappeared. This was an ability that Lan Lan's martial spirit bestowed to her, able to make her body invisible and not release any qi, but able to have her defensive and offensive abilities. At that time, Qin Xiang could only identify her position after seeing her heart. Otherwise, he would have been abused badly by her. Even now, when Qin Xiang used his powerful divine sense, he still could not sense Lan Lan's position, and Long Shui did the same. I saw it. This girl really made me worry for nothing. Using the heart-piercing demon eye, Qin Xiang saw that Lan Lan's beating heart was approaching Mo Huan. Boom! A blue light exploded out, and the invisible Lan Lan fiercely, punched Mo Huan in the dantian, using the innate chi. After hitting the dantian, he immediately went behind Mo Huan and viciously punched the back of Mo Huan's head, releasing another wave of blue light that caused Mo Huan's eyes to S-H, I plus and E with stars. When Lon Lon played Een, his scalp would go numb. Boring. Mo Huan bellowed. A burst of black chi appeared beneath his feet. The black chi formed a vortex, suddenly becoming very large. It started to spin frantically, and Chen Xiang saw that the hidden Lon Lon was actually being sucked in quickly. Demonic domain. This is the name given to you by the demonic techniques that I said down to you. However, cultivating this kind of demonic technique requires you to take an extreme route. Once he releases this domain, everything within the domain will be absorbed by him, and he will also be able to sense it. Bai Yu said, just as Bai Yu had said, Mo Huan had sensed Lan Lan's presence. Using the sword Qi Demon Claw, he frantically waved it around, releasing sword-like claw auras that slashed, stabbed, and cut towards Lan Lan. Lan Lan cried out. Her body flickered with a blue light, revealing her body, and was knocked flying by the countless amount of supreme force, blood flowing from her mouth as she fell into the contest ring. Chen Xiang hurried over. Lan Lan's face was pale white and only suffered from internal injuries. It was not serious at all. Chen Xiang was not stingy with his pills and gave Lan Lan a better recovery pill. Chen Xiang, when there's a chance, I will search through Mo Huan's memories later to see what purpose they have coming here and how exactly they came here. Bai Yu said. Lan Lan stood up and patted off the dust on her body. Although she did not receive any serious injuries, she was still unhappy, but she could not say anything. Lan Lan stood up and patted off the dust on her body. Although she did not receive any serious injuries, she was still unhappy, but she could not say anything. It was at this moment that an angry voice sounded out from the group of contest ring. B-I-T-C-H. You actually dare to ruin my appearance. Chen Xiang and Lan Lan anxiously looked over, because it was W-A-N-G Xingren's voice, only to see for additional scratches on W-A-N-G Xingren's white face. One look was enough to tell that it was caused by Yan Yanran's cat's claw art. The clothes on Yan Yanran's body became a little tattered, and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. She had a very unique kind of flexibility that allowed her to resist even if she were to face an extremely violent attack. Chen Xiang and Lan Lan anxiously walked over. Yan Yanran's fight with W-A-N-G Shengren had also attracted many people's attention, especially the female students below. They kept scolding Yan Yanran because Yan Yanran's attacks were extremely sharp and nimble. His body had a very strong defensive ability. He was actually able to resist the D-child who was blown up in the sky for a long time. Frowning that pretty boy and beating him up into a big flowery cat. He is just a swindler. What dogs? H-I plus T-G. Oh, D, he is simply a self-righteous idiot. And here, I thought that no matter how strong he is, it's still someone else who has ruined my reputation. Someone suddenly shouted. Everyone immediately looked towards Chen Xiang, because only a fellow like Chen Xiang, who didn't care about his life, would dare to go against W-A-N-G Shengren. This made many students from the devil-subduing college glared at Chen Xiang, especially those girls who looked at him and scolded him incessantly. However, Chen Xiang felt that it was unfair because that wasn't what he had said. Now that he had provoked W-A-N-G Shengren and made him angry, Yan Yanran was the one who was out of luck. The last time Chen Xiang melted a bone in one of his arms, he was able to recover so quickly. Blasphemous. You are courting death. A man came in front of Chen Xiang and was about to attack. Lan Lan suddenly asked, How did you know he was the G-O-D child? Does he have any proof that he is the son of G-O-D? This question rendered many of the supporters of W-A-N-G Shengren speechless. Other people believed that W.A.N. Jishengren was the G.O.D. child because he held a very high status within the devil-subduing college, and they also believed that he was able to command a few elders. W.A.N. Jishengren also claimed that he was the G.O.D. child, and the elders of the devil-subduing college also said the same. But this did not mean that W.A.N. Jishengren was the G.O.D. child. At least my big brother Qinxiang wouldn't be so weak. Does that mean my big brother Qinxiang is also a divine son? What kind of a good fiend G.O.D. body refining art was this? My big brother Qinxiang can still learn the devil-subduing method S to the 10th floor. Is your G.O.D. child okay? Lon Lon held onto Qinxiang's arm as he ridiculed. At this time, Tai Ming from the Fire Divine Palace chuckled. All these so-called G.O.D. children are just bragging. Tai Ming, W.A.N. Jishengren was furious, but he endured it and stared angrily at Yan Yanran. You dare to hurt me? I'll definitely make you pay the price. Ever since Chen Xiang appeared, W.A.N. Jishengren suffered setbacks everywhere, causing his originally aloof attitude as a king to completely disappear. Those people who supported W.A.N. Jishengren didn't say anything. Looking at contest ring, they hoped that W.A.N. Jishengren could use a powerful martial arts to defeat him. The golden innate chi was like a flame that coiled around his body, condensing an incomparably terrifying energy. This made Chen Xiang a bit worried. If this angered W.A.N. Jishengren, it would undoubtedly harm him. Devil-suppressing fist. Chen Xiang was startled. This kind of fist technique was very powerful. He had exchanged a punch with W.A.N. Jishengren last time. You have nowhere to run, W.A.N. Jishengren bellowed. She punched the air. A burst of gold chi turned into a gold light that flew out, condensing into a fist that Yan Yanran immediately dodged, and at the same time, the golden fist brushed by her body, suddenly turning a corner and ruthlessly SMAs. H.I. plussing onto Yan Yanran's body. Yan Yanran shouted out, her entire body ignited with a gold flame, spitting out a mouthful of blood, but upon contact with her blood, it instantly ignited with a gold flame. Chen Xiang flew up and caught Yan Yanran, who had fallen out of the contest ring, and immediately absorbed the flames on her body. W.A.N. Jishengren was shocked because he knew that the golden flames were extremely difficult to deal with and would not be easily dealt with. She's dead for sure. This is what happens when she fights against me, W.A.N. Jishengren said coldly. Chen Xiang coldly stared at him and said, You are not worthy of being that so-called G.O.D. child. I will prove it. He took out a pill, and the dense smell of the pill immediately made everyone relaxed and happy. An elder in charge of watching the compet. One, Tyan shouted, Relive Dan! Chen Xiang placed the relived Dan into Yan Yanran's mouth for her to swallow, and her soft face quickly recovered some color. Now, everyone knew that Chen Xiang possessed a relived Dan, and it was also not a small number of things to actually be able to casually feed it to a woman. Anyone who was familiar with Chen Xiang knew that there was a feud between Chen Xiang and the Beast Martial School. But to actually use such an expensive relived Dan to save a Beast Martial School's woman was incomprehensible. Looking at the relived Dan, W.A.N. Jishengren trembled in anger. If this was the heaven realm, he would definitely not be offered such a high reward, and it was because Chen Xiang had used the relived Dan to place a bounty on his head, which caused him to not dare to leave the devil-subduing college, as there were many other old people who were in urgent need of the relived Dan who were after him. Chen Xiang also didn't know why the devil-suppressing divine palace would allow W.A.N. Jishengren to do as he pleased, to grasp such a great power. Could it be that W.A.N. Jishengren was really the G.O.D. child? Would he really be able to take over the devil-suppressing divine palace in the future? To inherit the legacy of the devil-suppressing heavenly venerable? After Yanran ate the relived Dan, he quickly recovered. This pill had the effect of resurrecting the dead, and many people had personally seen it today, because it was usually eaten by Nirvana stages during their tribulation. Along the way, Chen Xiang did not meet any strong opponents, all the way to the 8th round, which was also the last match because there were only 2 people in his group, and himself. Amongst the compet, 1. Tie-ins in the anti-demon martial arts compet. 1. Tie-in, the strongest one, could not exceed the peak of the 100 refining realm, so there would be no Nirvana stage. The experts here gradually surfaced, which was just as Chen Xiang had predicted, just that they were more powerful than the people in the demon world. Chen Xiang finally found an opponent with a similar strength, and it was even within the group stages. This was very interesting and caused everyone to be excited. On the contrary, he was slightly excited. Of course, the most important thing for him to do now was to find an opportunity to search through this Mo Huan's memories. If they could learn about the preparations from the demon realm, it would be a great harvest for their alliance. It was just that when he got on the stage, Mo Huan's eyes were still dark. Some black qi flowed out from the whites of his eyes, making him look extremely terrifying. It was just that when he got on the stage, Mo Huan's eyes were still dark. Some black qi flowed out from the whites of his eyes, making him look extremely terrifying. Begin. In the beginning of the match, Mo Huan and Chen Xiang attacked at the same time, but Mo Huan's speed was faster than Chen Xiang's. Just as Chen Xiang punched out Mo Huan's short, white fingernail had already slashed across Chen Xiang's throat, leaving behind a trail of white light. Mo Huan's attack was faster than Chen Xiang's, but Chen Xiang's reaction was not slow either, as he dodged it with his head raised up. Although he had a strong body and the protection of the profound wood diamond armor, if he was struck by the powerful astral energy, he would still be affected. The sharp nails on Mo Huan's hands were like 10 short swords, containing a strong gale that could easily cut through some stiff things. If it was flesh and blood, a deep cut would definitely appear. It took a lot of effort to master this sword demon claw, and it is much stronger than normal weapons. If there is poison on it, then it will be even more terrifying, but for you there shouldn't be any pressure, right? By you said, during the compet, 1. Tie-in, 1 could not use weapons, but Mo Huan's sword Qi Demon Claw was much stronger than normal weapons, so it had the advantage after the compet. 1. Tie-in. Furthermore, Chen Xiang also had many invisible weapons and defensive treasures on him, so he was naturally not too afraid of this kind of thing. Mo Huan's movement technique was very agile. It was also to match his pair of sharp claws, but no matter how he attacked, he could not touch Chen Xiang's body. Chen Xiang had gone through hundreds of battles, and furthermore, he had grasped many powerful divine arts, so he could always avoid Mo Huan's attacks at the most crucial moments. After failing to attack for so long, it made Mo Huan extremely frustrated. He had condensed a large amount of energy. His 5 fingers converged, the nails that looked like 5 daggers clasped together, making him look like a powerful heavy sword SLAs. Plussing down at Chen Xiang's head, the white nails had even released a bit of black qi, cutting through the air, creating sounds of breaking air. A good chance. Chen Xiang was overjoyed. He actually raised his hand and slapped across. Pa, pa, pa. A series of explosions rang out next to everyone's ears, followed by an extremely violent tremble that caused them to be unable to stand steadily. The heaven blasting palm combined with the devil's subduing method. Against this kind of devilish aura, it had a very strong killing power. Mo Huan let out a loud roar, because the fingernails on his hand had all been shattered. It was also no wonder that when Mo Huan's immense power was focused on his fingers a moment ago, it was suddenly pushed violently by Chen Xiang and combined with the violent power of the devil's subduing method. It caused all of the energy on his fingertips to explode and even break all the meridians in his palm. Mo Huan looked at the transparent mist that was being released from Chen Xiang's palm, causing him to feel an indescribable fear. This was the devil-suppressing qi. Chen Xiang's devil-suppressing qi was different from the others. The others were all gold, but after fusing with the devil-suppressing blood, he had become transparent. When using the devil subduing method, coupled with the devil suppressing chi, he possessed an extremely strong killing power towards the demonic cultivator. Just now, Mo Huan could feel the terror of that power, because the moment that power appeared, the dense devil Tao innate chi in his body began to tremble. Even if there were 10 of you, you still wouldn't be my match. Chen Xiang's body trembled, and that transparent devil-suppressing chi erupted out from his body, enveloping Mo Huan's body from all directions, as though it was a gigantic transparent hand grabbing onto Mo Huan, pressing him tightly onto the ground, causing everyone to be extremely shocked. Chen Xiang controlled the transparent, devil-suppressing chi and lifted Mo Huan up. Mo Huan's entire body was wrapped in this type of energy that he was most afraid of, causing him to not be able to unleash any of the power in his body. Boom! Chen Xiang smashed his palm heavily onto Mo Huan's chest. The extremely dense devil-suppressing chi was like a surging river, violently surging into Mo Huan's body, causing Mo Huan to feel as if his body was being burnt by raging flames. His devil energy was corroding bit by bit, and his body, which was refined by the devil energy, was being bitten by thousands of bugs. Chen Xiang saw that it was about time he was also very satisfied with the devil-suppressing chi after evolving. He then patted on Mo Huan's head and searched through the memories in his head, quickly finding them. The majority of the people who had competed with you before were crippled by you. Now, I'll let you have a taste of this feeling as well. Chen Xiang's fists were like 2 violent streaks of white lightning as they crazily smashed against Mo Huan's body, producing a series of loud booms, while the most terrifying thing was Mo Huan's shouts. Scram! Chen Xiang struck the heaven-blasting palm above Mo Huan's abdomen, and at the same time broke all the meridians and bones in his body, fell down from the stage heavily, sinking into the ground. Before, Mo Huan's methods on the stage were ODY, and brutal. As long as he fought, most of the people he fought with would have their hands and feet chopped into pieces. And now that Mo Huan had also fallen to such a state, it made many people feel relieved, as they were extremely supportive of Chen Xiang's actions. Chen Xiang had also won first place in his group and would be Partic 1P aiding in the finals. The first group was W.A. and Ji Shengren. The second group was Mo Dian. The third group was Chen Xiang. And the fourth group was Fire Divine Palace. Aside from Mo Dian, the other 3 were all extremely famous young rankers, especially W.A. and Ji Shengren and Chen Xiang. One of them was the G.O.D. child, while the other was the young Chen Xiang, who was renowned throughout the mortal martial realm. The final match would be held tomorrow. When Gudong Chen brought Chen Xiang back, he asked curiously, the martial arts used by those 2 called Mo Dian and Mo Dian are somewhat the same as the martial arts used in the devil cultivation sects, but the demonic chi is much purer. Do you know where they came from? Chen Xiang nodded. They are from the demon realm and have only been here for over a month. Had used the soul-absorbing devil spell to search through Mo Huan's memories and was very shocked upon hearing this news. This was because people from the demon realm were actually able to stealthily make their way here. Gu Dongchen was shocked. Are you serious? Chen Xiang nodded his head, and it was someone from the mortal martial realm who helped them come over, so they used a weak point in the SPAC to travel. According to the clues I gathered, when they came over, they needed a transmission array from this side to receive it. Then it would fall into the continent of the king. These 2 are just trying to teleport. There'll be more of them later on, and there might even be Nirvana Stage S later on. He's preparing to make us mortal martial realm S fall into chaos before they can even begin their teleportation. Gu Dongchen's face was filled with anger as he clenched his fists. Which BASTARD was it to actually collude with the people from the demon world? Chen Xiang let out a long sigh. I think it should be the person behind the scenes. Mo Huan must have come into contact with W.A. and Ji Shengren before.